I get that. Fuck. God. Sorry, I'm... Seems like OBS did not want to show me my chat for some reason, which was dumb. Dummy, 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 dummy. Anyways, welcome to the content room. Look at all this content that I didn't do when I was doing my essentially 40-hour week-long stream of Endwalker. We ignored this content, so now we have to go back and do this content. So yeah, hold on. There we go. So I feel like I should start with the forest people first because fuck it. It's forest people. Nobody cares. I like how we're gonna give experience, except I'm not gonna get experience. I have come on behalf of Trent Adams to enlist the aid of accomplished fighters. The small folk cower in their homes in fear of unprecedented threat to the Twelveswood, a blasphemy. It strikes quickly in deadly position before returning to the shadows whence it came. Try as we might, we have yet to devise a means to track it, much less slay it. Several brave souls search for it even now, but their chances would improve greatly if they have a stout protector by their side. Judging by your reputation, I dare say you're precisely the woman we seek. What say you? Would you like to serve as the shield to stand between Gridania and the certain doom? You made it difficult to refuse. I will take that as an enthusiastic yes. Make haste to the Adder's Nest and report to my superior. All Gridania shall pray for your success. Man, it has been a while since we heard that. Like, almost a month. Okay, yeah, I did that, so... I was just thinking, like, wait, I was making tea, wasn't I? Oh yeah, no, I just finished that. You. Our liaison arrives at Hansen, board of your arrival, but I scarcely believe our luck. Are you truly here to help us bring this wicked blasphemy to heel? Then there is hope for us yet. I shall fetch the elder Seetsia at once. She is leading the hunt, and I'm certain she'll be most eager to see you. In full gratitude, I welcome you in good health and good spirits, Theresa. On behalf of Gridania, allow me to thank you for rising to our defense yet again. Cow. The cow. You forgive me for eschewing further formalities. At time is the essence. I share with you what little we know about this elusive scourge. Following the events at Thavnir, we received reports that an unidentified man had fallen into fits on the road before transforming to a beast most foul. A blasphemy, we soon determined. Eyewitnesses to subsequent attacks spoke of patterns on the skin reminiscent of heavy chains, and thus we have named it Gleipnir, for creature of legend. It emerges from bushes without warning, bringing destruction and tragedy to those unfortunate enough to be near it. Ere we can respond, it retreats it into hiding, leaving no trace for us to follow. The elementals cry for us to rid the forest of this wicked presence, yet no matter if we tracked it to its lair, I fear besting the beast will be no simple matter. And why not? The wounds Gleipnir victors are tainted by corruption, and we can help but conclude that the fiend's fangs, claws, and horns are all imbued with a powerful poison. The smallest scratch sends the afflicted into fits, and the death soon follows. That's fucking sucks. Happy to know the creeping death. The effects of Gleipnir's vile poison bear more than a passing similarity to symptoms of that deadly plague. It swept through Twelveswood many years ago. The sick found their skin covered in chain-like patterns and spent the final moments of excruciating pain. It was long before I came to Gridania, people speak of it with dread. Is it true that the disease spread by not a single hero? Very nearly, yes, but
ハローザバー、グラッド 2CU ハウンド、A ウーマンレスライクリー2ポイント、A ショットガンアット U。
yeah, no, well, she can't because I mean, unless they're machinists, they wouldn't be pointing a shotgun at me. For the remainder were taken, we were able to devise a cure for the Glim shroom, from the Glim shroom. Slow though it was the scars of this tragedy could then begin to heal. Glefnir threatens to reopen old wounds, I fear. Yet, despite the similarities between blasphemy's corruption and the creeping death's marks, it's unclear how these two phenomena are related after all. Both conjuring and white magic have failed to abate the poison spread. To confront Glefnir now would place our soldiers at great risk of grievous injury. Forgive me, Elicicia, but it appears to be urgent. Did you spot him? What? Again? Glefnir has struck once more. In the North Shroud, the whalers came too late to see the beast themselves, but the man it attacked yet lives. They're bringing him to Falgord Float as we speak. Then we must meet him there. Will you accompany us, Theresa? Aethiomir should be able to apprise us of details upon our arrival. So my understanding is this is kind of like it was within with Shadowbringer ones, where every single one of them has like a weird blasphemy that they have to deal with. But now there's 5 of them instead of 4. Elder Cecil, your honors with presence. Can I thank you must come all this way? I've given the dying circumstances when I leave this for another. Where is the wounded man? Outside the bobbling cork, being attended by one of our heroes. He's a capable healer, but I worry that this is beyond his ability. I should do my power to aid him. If I turn and I have this need of assistance, I'll ask you to stay close, both of you. So, wait. Are we really dealing with, like... Why is the tank one dealing with poison? I mean, I get it, it's for Gridania, but I feel like Gridania's... This feels like a thing that would be for, the healing job. But then again, I guess if it's like, oh, we cannot deal with it because we're conjurers and we can't figure this out, then eh. Oh, wait. Over here, I guess. No? Whoops. Jump down. Oh, he's outside the bobbling cork. Nice mistake. He's a hardy soul, but utterly lost. While meant to heal his wounds, the poison lingers. I fear the worst is yet to come. When I remove his clothes for treatment, I recognize the chains, as if indeed the creeping death. Do not lose heart. I shall spare no effort. Rest now, for I might need your talents again ere long. She goes, man. She goes. Bloody swarm of them. Oh. That came from the east gate. She goes unknown for the carriers of the creeping death. The villagers are on edge. If they think the Valkin harbingers of another plane, they may panic. Oh no. See to the things. See to the flies. Pretty sure they're flies. They're either swarm of flies or just regular flies. Fly. They were near all the springs, a whole swarm of them, like an army getting ready to war. Bring the creeping death like it is not. Folks are dropping dead and no rhyme or reason. I'm not about to join them. No, sir. Came running back as fast as my legs carry me. You are bitten? I will show you to your hero if so. Not a single hole that doesn't belong, you can be sure. You best be something about that swarm, though. Can keep the game hunting party. Hey, let's go. Let's go call the numbers. Godspeed and don't get bitten. Don't get bitten. Wait. Ah, here it is. Oh, wow, they're just mosquitoes. I thought they were going to be like a swarm of flies. But no, they're fucking mosquitoes. Which I guess makes a lot of sense, you know. Troubles to be praised, but I come bearing a cure for the creeping death. But it's a little use against actual death. Hmm? Oh, I assumed they had a lot. I mean, that was like, you know, long time ago. That's why I come. I've heard tale of a man suffering from uncommon pains that fall afloat, sees opportunity for philanthropy. And I touch a profit, I admit. But what I can say is true. His condition demands a much swifter pair of feet than mine. Could you bring the medicine to him in my stead? No need payment, of course. But, like, my understanding, and this kind of applies also to Pokemon, like, if you go look up, like, the original red and green of Pokemon and, like, all the fucking bugs that game actually has, it's amazing. Because Blue fixed a bunch of the bugs. And then, even though Blue fixed a bunch of bugs, we got a modified version of Red with Blue's, like, fixes and stuff like that. Yeah. Thank you for calling that she goes. Our last patient condition had yet to improve, and all we can do is keep him from succumbing to the poison. Here's a remedy. I know of this medicine is once used to treat the creeping death. Given simple, it might as well prove effective here.
Can you spare a couple of memo?
I don't.
Do you know the pepes and the capos? Play.
Oh, no. It works upon the body quite quickly, as I recall. Hold on just a while longer, my friend. The medicine will soon relieve you of the pain. I don't... It hurts. It hurts. We can't even show... Why? We can't even show the chain says on supposedly on his screen. The man's shrieks die in his throat as his body is wrecked by the violent convulsion. He then falls still and quiet as if his breath was snapped from his chest. That went super fast. Huh. 12 on mercy. At very least, his suffering is over. Had we been quicker to deliver the medicine, would he have lived? Nay, I think not. He was doomed from the moment the poison entered his blood, as well as the others who would not soon gain an understanding of our foe. Let this tragedy not be in vain, but serve as a lesson. Though the effects of Gleipnir's corruption resembled creeping death, it's clear that the two share little else in common. The poison burns through the body more quickly than any disease. Too deadly is the born of creatures so fragile as Chigo's or any others besides. Then it's only one possibility the people need to fear. 'Tis a shame that a life was lost, but this knowledge may help us ensure that others are not. Spread the word. Do so with delicacy. In these troubled times, fear and despair can drive even the goodliest of souls to desperate ends. Gleipnir is the only blasphemy known to us in Gridania for now. We must do our utmost to stop him from sowing further discord. Understood, LCC. I'll give this man a proper burial before sharing what we've discovered. They prayed. Ascertaining Gleipnir's whereabouts is the primary concern. Let's return to Adder's Nest for the information and blah blah blah. So I'm assuming there's 6 quests within each one of these, like 85 through 90. It's like you were supposed to come back each level, maybe. Because I don't think they would do like 2, 3 of these. Gleipnir has been sighted in various locales, and though we're reviewing every report, we suspect most of erroneous. Fear is always a way of making one jump at shadows. It will take some time before we have determined which of the reports merit a more involved investigation. Till then, I ask you to stay vigilant and keep your eyes peeled. Yep, 86. I follow up on every report, so I get Gleipnir, even those beggared belief. This is the most prominent suggestion that the blasphemy is currently stalking the South Shroud. We would proceed there at once, for there is no telling where it might strike again. The LCC is already en route to Roots Lake. Let's not keep parading. Wait. Where is that, then? Hold on. Okay. Sometimes I'm like, I don't remember a lot of places in South Shroud. I'm guessing that's where the other Padules are. That little overlook. Oh, it's right before that little overlook. Greetings. My last quest, I think, but I assume so because it doesn't seem to be as great. I'm just starting with this one because, I mean, it's Gridania, so. Greetings, Trace. As luck would have it, my sister Rayo frequents Camp Tranquil. We will meet her first, for she may have knowledge of this threat. Hello, white mage-like quest giver. Been too long, Rayo. Kane, I am afraid this situation might force your arrival. Would that be reunion was under more joyous circumstances? It's hard to see her join the bearer of Tora's will. Unfortunately, Gleipnir poison cannot be cured by any healing force known to us, as I'm sure you already learned. Nevertheless, I have faith together we will find a way to defeat it. Every moment is crucial, so let us dispense with further pleasantries. Have you seen word from Gleipnir's whereabouts? I have. I recently ambushed a poor traveler to succumb to his wounds soon thereafter, a tragic and increasingly common tale. No others in Camp Tranquil have come to harm, but some claim they feel a presence in distant trees staring at them with malicious intensity. They struggle to find the courage to venture beyond the safety of the camp. While his victims exhibit symptoms reminiscent of creeping death, Gleipnir's corruption may only affect those who have been assaulted by the blasphemy itself. We have yet to confirm a single instance of it spreading from one individual to another. That's somewhat reassuring, but provide little comfort to the people here, I think. Connie. If Gleipnir comes, any defensible mount will come at great cost. Those who fall would invariably die. I'm at a loss, and the people under my care can see it. They grow tense and bicker amongst themselves. Even some accuse me of standing idly by while this monster roams free, as if I'm not doing all I can. I apologize. Would that I come to you sooner? I feel there would be more I could offer you. Perhaps the elementals can help? What about your fucking elementals? The elementals just cry out for succor as loudly as people do. This I know you feel, Kane. Gleipnir poses a threat to all life in Twelveswood. As it is such, we should face it as one. Their strength have waned since the calamity, and I am reluctant to impose upon them. Nay, as Seed-Seeders, our duty to first expend every option available to us and spare them further distress. Hello, Supreme Gura. Hello. Welcome. We're doing some Endwalker quests that I looked over. Once we've laid low the blasphemy, the elements will be at peace. Well then, how do you propose we go about that? First, allow me to speak to the people here, assure them that this all will be well. The Gridania's resolve to weather the storm remains steadfast. No rogue is close to those that are hard. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to begin with the earnest and heartfelt appeal. For my part, I shall reach out to Arun. Perhaps we can find a way to offer similar comfort to the elementals. I have no doubt we'll require their assistance in the days ahead. Thank you, sister. May the 12 watch over and keep you both. May trouble you accompany me to president of the story hero will surely lead credence to my claim that people's difficulties will soon be at an end. While you return to that, I shall gather what information I can from the Wood Whaler station here. Pray look at me at the camp proper when you have finished. Trying to get what I feel like might be the worst one out of the way first. Because I don't care much for Gridania. Or the Seed Seer. If we convince the people here they not live in Philip Glefnir, then my words alone might be insufficient. I do not comport myself as an imposing figure, blessed with martial prowess, to say the least. You only had renowned as a peerless warrior, who has triumphed in countless trials. Simply look on your features fills me confidence that the crisis too shall pass. I pray that you stay by my side, and that we may speak with that those we may speak might be joyed by your presence. Kanesana is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. Oh no, I forgot about the weird escort missions. These here seem pretty with their guards and finery. What do they care if a beast is running amok? They'll be fine. That's why we're doing nothing while it hurts us. That we've full trust and lights to those who don't care wit. Aye, it's time we went south. At least Ul'dah, they don't pretend to look out for the common man. Elder Cece, I promise you we were sparing no effort in a hunt for Glefnir. However, it take time. And many more may suffer before the beast is laid low. Nevertheless, I ask you to place faith in me, if only a while longer. I love the 12 Sword and her people with all my heart, and I will not let our enemy torment us forever. I understand, man's gotta give a voice to his words from time to time, eh? Nothing I won't less than abandon my home. I'll stick around, for now. What about the distraught woman? A single scratch is enough to spill one's doom, they say. Nothing but to wait for death to come. How can we face a beast like that? Do not give in to despair, my friend. Know that I do all in my power to see us through this crisis. Hold fast to hope and encourage others to do as well. I'll try, LCC. I'll try, but, like, you know, you place yourself at risk. But, like, yeah. Well, we'll do our best. We're totally reassuring the masses. I saw it, a gargantuan beast stalking the woods, with horns the size of my leg. What's to stop it from coming here to fill its belly? Glefnir would do no such thing, I swear. I see it personally that blasphemy does not come within a mile of this village. So keep heart. Thank you, Cece. You totally can do that with your magics. I saw that guy's crotch. How's the lizarding going? It's going fine. Will that be all for now? Yeah. It will. I've done what I can to quell the unrest, but as long as Glefnir lives, they'll never be at peace. Sometimes lending, do you doubt your chosen course? Nay, not in slang, as the shortest path to destination is often not the best, and today was the most welcome reminder of that truth. Mayhap I should visit the settlements more often. Doubtless some here think of me as distant as the elementals. So rarely do they see me in the outer reaches. You have served me admirably as protection thus far, which is why I'm grateful. Yet until we found and laid Glefnir low, I must continue to impose upon you goodwill. No, this is no imposition, Elder Cece. You saved me on the killing fields in Cardinal. My life is yours now and always. Your life is your own to command, but I thank you for your words and your conviction, which fills me with confidence that the path we walk is true. Even if that path takes us far afield, Did I ever tell you that when I was a younger student, I would often steal into the woods with a dear friend of mine, much to the charging of our teacher? Deep down, I suspect there's still part of me that yearns to wander where I should not. Why are they talking in front of us?
I'm missing out on aspects of this game because you stream only certain activities for entertainment purposes. Do people farm monsters for materials used in crafting and other
I mean, yeah, there's crafting quest lines. I just don't feel like they're important. Like, most of what I showed has been like the main storyline quest, which is the thrust of it. A bunch of different side quests, a bunch of different raids. There's crafting stuff, but like most of that would be just me wandering around a specific area, like gathering stuff. You know, it's like I don't feel like that's worth it. That, you know, I don't care much for to show off the job stories, since not a lot happens in those from time to time. The world quests seem important because it's like, hey, here's like the ones for Shadowbringer might be a plot point for another expansion. Like, hey, maybe one day we'll go to the Void and take care of that. This one seems to revolve around the leaders of the city-states, so this might also be important, lore-wise. One from the board, we got ourselves a right bloody mess by the sound of it. What has happened? Bringing early instruction, the whalers closed roads to travel while we scour the woods for Simon Glepnir, but now a group of locals are demanding to be let through into Thanalin. They're terrified by the sound of it, screaming about the creeping death and gods know what else. Despair grips their hearts. If it consumes them wholly, then we might have yet more blasphemies to contend with. I'll speak with them. Wild rumors fuel panic, and while the truth and compassion and with truth and compassion will I convince them to see reason and return to their homes. If anyone can, it's you, Elder CC. We're doing our best to keep them calm for now, blah, 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 blah. Go and calm them. I guess we're going to go calm them down. You know, it's kind of weird, like, okay, so all the ones in Shadowbringers were like the previous Warriors in Light, and you learned their backstories. This is more about the fucking leaders, but we still haven't seen what this blasphemy looks like. It said it has chains, but like, we haven't seen it. Let us through, damn you! We're standing here while the creeping death nips at our heels. You telling us to die? Those rumors are false. The other CC herself sent word that the creeping death is not responsible for the recent incident. You may surrender to panic, return to your homes while we deal with the threat, and pay no heed to the baseless sword. Cat. Cat, cat, cat. He always decides to get up at this exact time. Stories! I've seen the dead with my own eyes! Don't tell me what is and isn't true! Hearken to me, my friends. I come before you now to assure you that the creeping death has not returned. Only those who have been ruined by Glepnir are in danger, and I beseech you to take shelter in your homes until the threat is past. Is that your cat? It's, what? The cat that I let out? Cat. I always say cat. Cat, 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 cat. Glepnir, the beast I saw in the woods? We have to run! It could have followed us! You saw him where? Not far from here, those glistening horns, those terrible chains, reaching out to drag you into the seventh hell. We ran and never looked back. But don't worry, it didn't catch any of us. No one's marked, see? That means we're safe, right? I don't know, he looks like he got, but say we weren't crashed fast enough, what then? Its horns and claws are where the poison reside. Even a scratch would be cause for concern. Oh. Well, shit. Even a little scratch. Then it's far too late for me. Is that why my body feels like it's on fire? You told me the branches tripped you up. You said that's how it happened. You said. Oh, heavenly winds, guide us to the fount of strength. May we drink it from it and make us whole. I don't feel any better. Do it again. Do it again. It hurts. Help me. Andre has no effect. This can be no mistake. This is Glepnir's doing. Even so, I ask to do you not lose heart. Stay strong, for if we surrender to fear, the beast has already won. Yeah, don't surrender to fear, says person dying. No, I don't want to die. Please, help me. Okay, yeah, now they're turning into a blasphemy. Well, get back. I guess, you know, even pretend I'm still doing this when the final days are happening. You said it wasn't. Why? Why? Liars! Liars, all of you! None of us are safe. None of us will. Well, shit. Just pretend that the final days are still happening and we didn't beat the game. Despair makes manifest. Trials for Finn. Is there not we can be done for these poor souls? Nope. Gotta kill them. Not but one thing I know. I know. We must lay them to rest. Contain the threat. Oh, no. I don't know. Okay, that one's dead. And that one's dead. Wait, did y'all do anything? You just... I don't think they did anything. They are at peace. Would that have not come to this? I was powerless to prevent it. You did all you could, Elder CC. No, I could have done more. Is that what's going to happen to us? Is there no hope? What would you witness the fate of those fall into deepest despair? It feeds upon grief and anguish. It is more deadly than Glepnir herself. But as I swore to you that we shall defeat the blasphemy that haunts our homeland, I too, so too do I swear that despair will not be the end of us. Keep faith and look to the horizon, for brighter days will come. As you say, okay. Glepnir is not here, and so you're free to return to your homes. But I urge you to take on the take care on the path back. We will, Elder Cecil. Well. I know. The storm is past, but a darker tempest rolls in distance. So long as the specter of despair looms, the people will struggle to take any words of comfort to hear. We will see more tragedies like this. The elementals, too, cry for solution. The longer we struggle to resolve this crisis, the more innocent lives we put at risk. Rayo said we would need to turn to elementals for assistance. I know now that she was right. So seeking honest with one. However, there are preparations I must attend to. Go back to the Lotus, return to the Owl's Nest. Okay. Not Lotus Stand. We'll just go back to the Owl. Well, that's 2 of 6. Done. Is this too low? Or is it just low on my end? No, it's low on my end. I forgot that I, lowered the volume. Dude. Wait. What the fuck? What minion is that? Look at it. Little blue chocobo. With a little lightsaber. Despite our best efforts, we've been unable to prevent further loss of life. I foresee even greater hardships ahead. As we press on, we mustn't forget the words of the elders, blah, blah, blah. Preparing a communion with the elements. The situation is worsened since last we spoke. Glepnir grows bolder in his attacks. Conjurers spread thin in their efforts to attend to the victims. Moreover, when no cause of finding means to counteract the blasphemy's poison. With no choice but to wait for death and claims them, some overwhelmed by hopelessness, becoming mad beasts that lash out at the former countrymen. Such tragedies all too easily beget further tragedy, and bereaved loved ones are turned overcome and share in the same horrid fate. The people speak of the incidents in hushed whispers, afraid that any moment a monster might appear within their midst. We must slay Glepnir without further delay, because that will solve the problem. Indeed, let's hope the LCC's efforts to enlist the 8 elementals are a success, and that united we may at last cleanse the 12 sword of this evil once and for all. Glepnir has ambushed a party of wood-dwellers. They're engaged with the blasphemy in the guardian tree where the great one slumbers. This bold zeal has a divided LCC's intent. Oh, we must help. Sorrel Haven. I don't remember where that is. It's Central Shroud. Is Central Shroud. Wait, granted, maybe. Hold on. Maybe I should just walk out instead of spending the 200 gold. Let me through. I do hate that they never opened that gate up. Battered arms and armor is strewn about the ground, but there's no trace to the man of blasphemy. Oh. Wait. Gotta have cutscene. I see. I think I know what happened here, though. I pray that I'm wrong. They turned into more beasts. There's no signs that the wood dwellers saved their arms and armor. Seasoned warriors would never cast aside their equipment, but here it lies. I see not a single body. In fact, in the face of certain death, even the bravest among us who succumbed to despair. Before the blasphemy poison took them, they transformed. Glepnir couldn't have gone far. He might be watching us even now. Be on your guard. The air is thick with corruption. If the wood dwellers succumb to a man, then we can expect a harder fight. Though I dread the thought of hurting our brave soldiers, we cannot allow the creatures that have become to roam free. Let us form 2 groups to more quickly track down the cult of beasts. Once finished, we shall regroup at the burrows of the guardian tree. Let's form 2 groups. Okay, he will come with me and you go by yourself. I should use the big attack. That didn't do as much damage as I thought it would. No trace. No music. But say, since this is the old areas, maybe I should be playing, like... Maybe I should be using some of the older music. Because it's not like it's the new areas. It's not like those matter. It's just the original Realm Reborn battle sounds and stuff. Unlike Close the Distance, it's going to play. Especially when there's nothing. Here we are. It's that big tree. The big tree that we found Y'shtola in. Our work is done then. Bomb. The loss of so many brave souls is tragic, but now they are at peace and the guardian tree is safe. Let us have comfort in that. But I pray that the Great One will hear my plea. Oh, great elementals, will you help? No. Watch as it's like a giant no. Ah. Oh, the Seer. Caesar, are you hurt? The Great One is filled with fear, an all-consuming fear unlike any I have ever felt. Spoke unto me, and the words were clear, and drive the evil away. Drive this evil away. Or the evil. Just repeating that over and over. It can think not aught else, and if we not receive the aid of what we seek, nor can we dispel the dread that is caused of the forest's very heart. No, this was our last hope. We're not alone. Okay, so what does it look like? Okay. That's what it looks like? We reused the behemoth model. This could be no mistake. This is the profane beast, the blasphemy that admired Trellswood in despair. Gleipnir. Stay back! It makes for the guardian tree. We must stop it. The poison! You mustn't let it touch you! Such fearsome strength. Ah. Why? Why now? Why now? In accordance with a covenant, we Padril have been blessed by the elementals. From the moment we are chosen, we are bound to act as the mediators between man and nature. The most skilled among us are honed under the sea seers. It's their duty to guide Gridania through times both poor and prosperous. I cannot say which of you will be found more worthy. In my estimation, you both have potential to become seed seers. Of that, I am most certain of by the day. I don't want to be a seer. I never wanted to be a Padgel either. I never asked for any of this. Why can't I live a normal life like everyone else? How come I don't get to grow old? Why was I cursed with this ugly horns? I like them. Maybe you didn't choose to be born this way, but I don't think it makes us different than anyone else. It's a rare gift, a blessing even, and if we can use it to help others, then we should. Don't give up on becoming a seat-seated, Kane. We all would be worse for it. Wait. A blessing? Never thought of it that way. I suppose I just hated not having a choice, but maybe you're right. Wait, why am I looking at Kane-sana's past? Wait, that means that boy's the actual fucking... God damn it. Okay, thank you for standing right there as I had a massive headache.
HE ソフォニーナウ
Kane. Well, I guess that was okay. Did that beast say Kane? I don't know. The matron is merciful. The elder Cece has fallen unconscious, but is not otherwise unharmed. The blasphemy must have not touched her, but I do not see the telltale marks of poison. Still, I'm no healer, and she be looked after those who are here. I shall carry her back to Gridania. We must leave before Glepnir returns. Await me at the Adder's Nest. I guess because he realized who he was for a second, he decided not to come back and attack the tree. Oh, we're just going to teleport right here. That's good. It's fine. Allow me to thank you again for your assistance. The elder CC had been delivered in care of a Sumyan, and by the grace of the elemental, we should make a full recovery. In fact, she already has been gained consciousness, but is not yet allowed to receive visitors. We can but wait for now. God damn it, I was so useless. I could do nothing while the elder Cece faced Glepnir alone. I was to be her shield. That I stand before you now as she lies abed is proof of my failure. She's still alive. You can protect her still. You're truly the hero whom the bards sing, aren't you? You suffered terrible trials, yet you still stand tall and resolute. That you must, thank you for your counsel. How close I came to forgetting lessons of my past. I've spoken of it a few. Truth be told, it brings me shame to recall it. I fought at Cartano, not as a soldier of Erosian, but as a conscript of the Garlean Empire. Clad in armor and magitech, another drop in the sea of pitless metal, you grow numb to the violence and the killing out of necessity. It becomes routine, work to earn your next meal. But then, the moon shattered and the dragon emerged, and when the dust has settled, I was another body clinging to life among the fallen. I remember staring at the burning sun above, growing weaker, wondering if the heat or the Erosian blade would finish the job. But it wasn't death that came, but salvation. I was delivered from my well-earned fate by the eldest Seat-Seer. She deigned to save a man who once bare steel against her people. Her kindness did not end there. Once my wounds had healed, she welcomed me with open arms. Never did she regard me as a distrust, nor did she ever make me feel obliged to repay my debt. She fought not to take life, but to safeguard it. Through our friendship, I have come to see the wisdom in that distinction. I pledged my remaining years to her service. The company accomplished nothing to throw myself against the Glebnir in vain, even if it was a profit. There was profit to be found in sacrifice, nor would she abide by it. The words serve to remind me of this. We will defeat blasphemy, aye, but we'll do so without forsaking that which we hold dear. This I swear. Yeah, we'll do that. We're halfway through, I think. Yep, 88. El City didn't grow strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to wherever. Okay, it's the fucking Conjurer's Guild. I was like... Okay. Yeah, and we just go straight into the Conjurer's Guild. Sometimes I look at, like, the in-game chat, and then I just wonder why. Somebody's talking about butt-chugging a freaking, Fanta. Elder Ceasir, it fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I am gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. Unless you wonder, know that the conjurers found no trace of the poison in my humors. If you are ready, I resume a search for Glepnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. Just one thing I engaged in conversation, quite another to go gallivanting about the Trailswoods hunting a blasphemy. I am aware your conjurer's surpassing skill, and would not presume to gainsay your judgment, but have my wounds not healed? Visible to the naked eye, perhaps. I worry that the strain of your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways we may struggle to perceive. The Great One is a being of purest ether, and where you expose her as unbridled despair, its raw terror, there might be consequences. I'm aware of that, but Glebnir must be stopped. Until the blasphemy is laid low, people will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duties cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and its people from this despair? It is your duties to demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if it were to fall in battle, if your guiding light were to bear to fade, then all of Gridania would be lost. Rest, Kane, rest. Gather your strength so that when time comes, you are fit to do what must be done. In the meantime, trust in your allies. Sit on your butt. That I see no reason why I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, conversation is quite unlike gallivanting on a hunt. On account of Glepnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph it as we are, only that the Great One's power we can achieve victory. When the seventh umbral calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a portion of his boundless strength to extend a barrier over the heaven and earth. The Imran Hedge? Thus was the 12 was spared the worst. If we cannot convince it to do it again, to lend us even a small measure of that power, we would not need to fear the poison. Therefore, I believe you should pour our efforts into placating the elements that might earn their favor. What about the quieting? I don't remember what that is, but I'm assuming that's a wide mage thing. Of course, you're an inheritor of Atoa's will. Rayo and Aruna praised the wisdom and bravery displayed on that day. Indeed, we're very nearly overrun by the creatures the Great One called to its defense. But this time it's different. The Great One quakes with such fear that it cannot bear to behold its enemy, let alone fight it. And so we must first find a way to dispel this fear that binds it. Rest reassured that together we can defeat Glepnir. Only then will it hearken to our words. I think we must gain a great understanding of what drives Glepnir. It seems to bear a resentment towards the elementals, the Great One in particular. Why? I've pondered my question myself. Lingering memories of the person Glepnir once was may be responsible. Reports from Razet Han suggest this is likely the case, in fact. But we can ascertain the original identity of blasphemy, but where would we even begin our investigation? I had a headache. You were granted a vision of Glebnir's past, and I was there? Then I may know who it was, or was. As do I, the boy who trained alongside Kane-sana in youth. Asura Supin. That's the name? Supin? After all these years, is this what became of him? You mentioned briefly before. Were you close? Arasura was a Padgel like me, but he never had known his parents and was devoting himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the world the forest had bestowed upon him, and truth be told, was a much better student than I ever was. A fair assessment, despite your esteemed heritage, you never took my lessons as well as he did, even dreaming out of the outside world. Stealing off in the woods more times than I can count, I could not keep watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. The elder Cecia, a rebellious spirit? I scarce can imagine it. I resented being Padgel. It inconvenienced me that I could not live amongst the others. I did not scruple my expression of my misgivings to Usama Yan at every opportunity. Arasura was a pillar of constant support, and it was thanks to his encouragement that I at last embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become Tsitsias together, I believe, until one fateful day when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Usama Yan's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land who told us his beloved was with child, and he had traveled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the guardian tree. However, entry was such a sacred place was not us to permit, and there was something odd about his demeanor. Besides, with regret, I refused him. But Ure-Sura was loath to turn away a goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man. Despite my prostrations, I ran into Usama Yan as fast as I could. Together, we made haste for the great tree. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage, and next to him was Isura, alive but unconscious. In time, he received and related the whole story, but in truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory, and he had knelt to make false supplications. He lunged forward to tear a branch from the guardian tree. Yet he was yet a child, and Yasura had no inkling of darkness that could dwell in the men's hearts. He learned a lesson that day, but the price paid was great indeed. The Great One stripped Yasura of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Padgel. I was forced to expel him from the Fane. I never saw him again, nor heard word of what happened become of him, though not from lack of trying. Despite his hardship, he did remain in Trailswood all this time. I wonder. He dreamed not else but of becoming a seat-seater, of a life service to the people in the forest. He knew the weight of the responsibility and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved, and yet he did not lose that will to serve. I suspect instead of resolve to watch over Trailswood in his own way. I shudder to think about it hasten his transformation to Glepnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. In a front of conversation, Urasura confided me that he would search for a means to claim the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he said they would seek counsel of the Mughals. They have called Trailswood home for a lot longer than we have, and so none of them more likely to have knowledge of its hidden workings. Okay. Go talk to the fucking Mughals. Even if Mughals knew not of Urasara, they might help us in other ways. Would you travel to the Bramble Patch and talk with the frickin' Mughals? Great. Great, I gotta talk with Hawthorne Hut. Good King Mogglemaw, good King Mog, good King Mogglemaw, good King Mog. Okay, well no, it's actually up here. Hello, Pukwa Pika. Quite a peculiar face we have here, Kupo. Familiar too. You wouldn't be the same self-warrior who gave the legendary Mongol squad. What for, would you? Theresa, wasn't it? Ah, it's an honor to meet you. Allow me to thank you personally for bringing those silliness to the end. Pukwa Pika's the name, and what do you have the Naganega of Trellswood? Do you know a guy? Our pleasant coincidence, we were discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals, Kupo. This blasphemy of dreadful horns have got them on edge, and for good reason. I have asked my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you haven't noticed, the beast corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say, we gotta go stand up and put the 12 woods to right again.
Tonight can he be the girl? This is just an outlet for my schizo posting.
Wait, what does that even... Okay, I'm trying to... Okay. I'm trying to piece together what that even could mean. Because I guess feeling fertile does imply that you can get the cum, but
Java.axa has stopped working.
yeah, kind of. Rayo suggested the Mughals could contribute by scouring the forest, but the small signs of taint, gotta cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know. Difficult and time-consuming work, but if in the servants of the forest, then we gotta gladly do it. Hey, I know you. You're the adventurer who gave me some of my finest scars. Kudo Koop of the Mongol squad. No hard feelings about the whole hail to the king Koopo bit, I hope. Not going to call him for a rematch either. In case you're worried about that, Rayo and the others secured us as a tempering, and afterwards sat us down for a good stern lecture. No more calling the good King Mogulmog the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in this world grace and splendor. Indeed, and what better way to make up for the past indiscretion than to serve the realm? Even now, our kin scour every elm of the Trailswood, and we would be remiss to not do our part. We will be overjoyed if a hero such as yourself help us as well. Why don't you help cleanse everything? Reputation and magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground so we may survey the area. For blight. But I'm like sitting there, okay, I guess it makes sense if they're going, yeah, I'm fertile. That means I'm going to be the bottom bitch, I guess. Oh, so you're able to make your way up here after all. I was worried that you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving you behind, but so easy to forget your kind lack wings, Kupo. Now then, where is it? There, to the south. Let us cleanse this festering taint at once. Let's wash the taint, says the Moogle. Ah, fuck this. I'm just gonna use this. I don't want to join this fate. Oh, I wanted to do my full convectio. That was some fine work, Koopa. I dare say it's in even better shape than it was before. The others are doubtlessly filtering about stamping out the corruption wheresoever it rears its hideous head. If I was the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts. Well, insofar as such as being without hands can clap, I suppose. How goes the tank cleansing, Coop the cop? Coop the coop. Well, I did what I could. I said, as soon as I finished one area, two more start manifesting the fresh taint. For its ability to heal itself is waning, and the sickness is spreading too fast for even the Legion of Muggles to manage. If we don't come up with a better solution soon, the situation is more grave than we imagined, Kupo. Oh, what do we do now? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless, but since there's only so many of us, we must also help the forest remember how to help itself. Brilliant idea, I think. How we go about doing that? Let's just get in that part, Kupo. I've got it. We'll perform the friendening. The friendening? One good King Mogglemonks the 12. May he shower us with love and compassion and Kupo nuts. Is that? If we told, I couldn't remember the ancient rites name, so I made up something on the spot, Kupo. But let's forget about that now and move on to the stuff I do remember. It's an old ceremony, first performed in the nation of Gridania with first but a spark of an idea and a random thought in the founder's head. They knew that if they could establish a home within Trellswood, they would have to first entreat the elementals for permission. So a mage and their company found and cleansed a few sources of foul ether, planting saplings in their place. It concentrated the soil with a prayer to show the forest's purity with their intentions. The elementals were so taken by his display that not only did it permit his people to settle within the forest, they also bestowed upon him the blessing as proof of their new covenant, Kupo. I remember now, the Gridania still honored the agreement to this day. For every tree that's cut down, a sapling is planted. So if we follow history's example, we can see the forest pain and also nourish it with new life. Or we can burn the entire forest down. Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted the sacrificial sapling? He was none other than Jorin, sire of Iokapota, the very first Pagel. From that day forward, the elementals were blessed as select few heroes with horns favoring them with their fellowship. The Pagel was exalted with all the peoples of Trellswood, so that even we Muggles look up at them with awe. And that's how it all began. Something wrong, Kupo? You have a strange look on your face. Glabnir's poison is particularly dangerous against heroes. Oh, how dreadful, Kupo, but what exactly are you saying? Do you know of a form of Pagel? So the man you think had become Glabnir was a Pagel stripped of his blessing, and blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms reminiscent of those of the creeping death? I feel sorry for Urasura. To love elementals only to be shunned by them, to surround with the beauty of Trellswood and know that he was forever an outsider, all for a child's mistake. That despair could easily cause him to turn, and this poison that preys upon those who bear the Trellswood blessing, the heroes, just like the creeping death once did, might be another manifestation of that despair. That would explain why the elementals unease, Kupo. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings, or they might never speak to us again. Indeed, first things first, we must gather as many saplings as we can and wait for the adder's nest and make ready for a long, back-breaking day. Really? Am I going to have... I'm about to sit back, go back to my fucking carpenter, or not carpenter, what's the thing called? Harvester? Wait, I forgot what the actual... Hold on. What's it called? Botanist? And I'm going to start chopping down trees. I don't think I hit that. Welcome back. Did the Muggles have any insights to our problems? No! A reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Gridania, a fitting plan given the gravity of the threat to the nation face. Even now, there's much work to be done to begin. With the Muggles gathering saplings, we shall continue to scatter Trevwoods for the beasts. Glebnir has not been seen since our last encounter. This brief respite might be a best chance to quell the Great One's terror. Make way for the saplings, Kupo. I have plenty of practice cultivating our gardens, so select most robust ones was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so now you can come with help with the easiest part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint and plant a sapling. Do it enough times, and the Great One is sure to understand we're doing all we can to heal the forest, which ought to brighten his mood. We'll see to it that in East Shroud, you should have no trouble taking care of the rest, Kupo. All I am thinking about is that little South Park thing where it's like, how the forest, how the plant tree, whatever that thing was. Well, you remember when they had like the people who were immigrating from the future to the past, and they took our gerbs, and then it's like that one song at the end. That's all I'm thinking about. I trust in not ejecting my company. I dare say healing the forest is one of the tasks which I must qualify the most. No, you gotta continue to rest so you can have your big fight with Glepnir soon. Elcisi, are you well enough to leave the city? I should have to think sometime. In any event, Usumi has finally grown tired of my objections and ceases attempts to detain me further. Planetary, I don't remember. Allow me to be the one to concentrate on the saplings. It would be an honor to offer words of thanks for the forest for its bounty. Please do, Koopa, a prayer for the oldest Cece herself, solely heading that grows from a tiny sapling to a towering tree. Such is my hope. As Jordan did before me, I shall approach the Great One in friendship, and I might be able to see through the veil of fear that blinds it and remembers our covenant. Also, the fucking elements are kind of fucking stupid. Let us begin by cleansing all the traces of corruption in Central Shroud. Through Green Tier, I sense the flow of ether has become warped there. Impressive, Koopa. Not even my keen eyes can spot a corruption from such a distance. It is but one of many talents I owe the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? Yeah. Okay, so really best way to do is go to Bent Branch and then over here. Okay, it's actually right out there. Do 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 do. Okay, I'm gonna remove this big tank. And then we'll plant a tree. No, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to Conic. No, I don't want to attack that. Plant a tree. My gratitude for a balanced willing to offer this gift may it nourish you as it nourishes us. Okay, that's one done. Now like 100 more. At last, the earth is cleansed. This settlement is not far from him. We should tell them this sapling and bid them watch over and keep it safe from harm. Of course, Elder CCI, will lay your words forthwith. I'll give the people to know that they can aid the restoration of the Trollswood. Thank you, and now we must go. The Silent Arbor, there's something foul impedes the flow of aether. Let us hurry. Wait, Silent Arbor is... Wait, could it be South? Is it East Shroud? No, East Shroud is that. South Shroud. Okay. In fact, I can just go to Quarry Mill. Mm. Corrupted water. Do the exact same thing again. Just hit this. Pop. Back cheer. That. Okay. Man, the elements sure take a lot of work. Next destinations to the north. Near Hismill, I believe. It is faint, very far from the source. Nevertheless, I'm certain of it. I don't remember where Hismill is. Hold on. In East Shroud. Wow, it's all the way in North Shroud. So we did South Shroud, Central. East is being taken care of, so I guess this might be the last one because this is North Shroud. Oh, I see what it is. Oh, it's that place. Where I do the 1.0 relic quest. I mean, not 1.0, 2.0 relic quest line. Did you already taking care of it? Corruption is faint. A simple prayer is device. Okay. Pray and then plant the sapling. Even though you're planting a sapling right next to another tree. Which kind of just means that sapling just might die. Etheric flow. But now placate the grapevine, I kind of say, not until we visit the guardian tree. Excuse me, yellow Cece, are you? What brings you all the way to the village? Corruption had been upset the balance of ether, but has since cleansed the repair of saplings, thus the trolls will reclaim a measure of peace. You're just planting trees? We have. The elementals have suffered much of late, and with offerings to endeavor to raise their spirits. I gotta protest. What of your people's spirits? We have dread every step we must take outdoors. Terrible monsters still out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason. If it doesn't strike us dead when we stand, its poison will finish the job. I know you're afraid, but we're doing this to help the elements, and maybe they'll help. To ignore the plight is to fight greater tragedy. Rest assured, however, I'm not forgetting the needs of my people. We bring comfort the elementals and renew our sacred ties. They might enlist the aid of a great one in combating Glepnir. But that we could, but like, we've been dealing with death and sickness since even before Glepnir's coming. They say the creeping death is nothing to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago and gave her the cure and plenty on one hand, and for a while we thought it was alright, but by the time we realized it had not done a damn thing, it was too late for call a conjurer. It was a sad day for us when she passed, but for no more than her poor husband, Suppin. He was beside himself with grief. Who could blame him? And that came Glepnir to compound our woes. Suppin? It can't be. Do you speak of Aesura Suppin? Aesura? No. Suppin was an odd one, but no one would mistake him for a Padgel. Suppin wasn't even a real name. That would be, Elenia. But his wife was fond of calling him Suppin for some reason, and it caught on with the rest of us. I see. When did El Ninja look like? I'd say more than his mid-30s summers. Kept to himself, came and went with nary a word at times. Though he met with his beloved, he became more of a fixture, friendly even. His wife was sickly to last, but she had spirit. But spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her. My wife is dead. The spirit's dead in hell. Had finally made a new life for himself here. Thanks for recounting Alinja's story. Sad as though it was, it helped me to better understand how much you all have suffered. I promise you I have cause to celebrate soon. Until then, I implore you to place your faith in the elementals and me. Together we shall overcome the crisis. Okay. I believe you. I'll believe you. I'll believe anything you say. Shit. Despite what he said, I'm fairly certain that Eleni was Iriso Suppin, and to think that he was living so close to all those years, searching for a new purpose and finding his true love, only to be robbed of that in fulfillment too. Were he still Pagil, empowered by the elements, he could have saved her. He would have drilled on the question night after sleepless night. I know I would have. Mayhap in the end, he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness. Of her death, and despair was consumed. And the animosity would linger, endure, and vengeance would be Glepnir into his finest purpose. All we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent. Let's hope that he accepts us as friends. The Great Elemental's a bitch. And it's like, I kind of mean that. It's like, I blame you, child, because I'm fuck. I don't know what forgiveness is. Oh no, the consequences of my actions. Like, no, legitimately, like, this entire thing is the consequences of the elemental's actions. A supplication cannot have escaped the Great One's notice. May it be enough to receive an audience. Nature's a bitch. O Great One, may I abide you to beneath your burrows, embrace your compassion, grace, and wisdom. Be still the fear within your heart, and know that I am your faithful servant. Oh great, the elemental's gonna talk through her. Can I call you a bitch? Oh, feeling. Passing corruption, refreshed, renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored, friendship, peace. It worked. The Great One speaks through the elder seats here. We're right to follow through on Joran's example. We beseech you to help us slay Glepnir. Profanity spawn, despair's orphan, sadness and anger, sadness, death's prayer, one and all. Oh no. Poison potent, wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength to share. After all we've done for you, you deny us. After all the Elder Cece has endured, she had pledged herself to yourself, devoted her life to the Twelfthwood. People cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. If you do not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please, I beg you. We beg you. Hey, it's everybody I met on the quest line so far. What are you doing here? We've been depending upon the CCers all our life and blamed them whenever something goes wrong without ever considering what we might be doing ourselves. But no longer. The LCC has gone incredible lengths for our people, and for people who return the favor. Our plea alone is not convincing enough. They will raise our voices in support. We wouldn't let them make the journey without protection, and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the Elder CC and beseech the Great One for aid. All we want the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest. So please, share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us. Do not forsake her. You guys are bitches. Khanate Covenant's child walks with man, with elemental, keeper of ancient faith, unbroken, cannot, will not break faith to man, render upon up flesh. Then you agree? You want to stop being a little bitch? Fresh branches take and join to oldest elders, renew bond as one stirs. Raise up to heaven's covenant symbol, our staff, all join, all bloom, all peace. My duty weighs heavily on my heart, so heavy that at times I scarce remember to breathe. For days and nights I worried what I would I'd be found wanting. But by your faith and trust, the path forward has been revealed to us. You came hither, united in purpose, and bared your hearts before the Great One. I, nay, Gridania, is forever in your debt. You helped teach the trees not to be a little bitch. They'll continue to be a bitch. You guys are chosen. May I rely upon you all once more? I bid you take these branches to every corner of Trellswood and join them to the eldest trees, so that we might finally win this. Be free of despair. Sure. Fine. Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast its cleansing power all across the Trellswood. Yet I must remind you, my friends, Gleipnir still stalks the forest. Do not remain idle. I will attempt to stop us. Go with the hopes of your hearts, but not lose sight of the danger. It's time for you to not to die. Don't do a die. Okay, one more quest. Wait, what did it give me? Final tests appear more complicated. CC, whatever. Coconut cod chowder. Oh. Food. Impeccable time as always, Theresa. But moments ago, the LCC sent word to go and fetch you. Zara is on the way, and will explain everything herself when she arrives. The children of Trellswood, both Moogle and man alike, have sallied forth, branches in hand, to the far reaches of the forest. Soon their task shall be completed. But though the shadow of death yet looms large, they do not allow despair into their hearts. They hold fast to their faith in the brightest future. We shall see the hope rewarded, and by the grace of the elementals, consign the grim days to memory. We need only succeed in summoning the Irmin Hedge. As you may recall, the Great One's words were muddled and esoteric. I believe an instruction to carry out the esoteric ceremony in order to expunge the corruption befouling the forest, and that once tainted earth may begin to mend. For you see, once the Irmin Hedge was formed, it was to protect Trellswood from the threats without. The Great One acted as a guardian, embracing the woods to shield them as far as a father would his child. On this occasion, however, we call upon it to nourish and vitalize as a mother nurses a child to make them strong against sickness. And channeling the power of the elementals this way, we can stir the spread of Glepnir's poison, and the scars of its passing will finally heal. At least that's what the Great One intended to say, I believe. The Seed-Seer Council agrees with my interpretation and has permitted me to perform the ceremony. I have in my possession a single branch, the final one to attach the eldest tree of the Trellswood. For that all you may have done to aid us thus far, I accept you wanted to do it. Foundation, mountain, I don't know. I'll do it. Thank you, my friend. With these final trios spoke in front of the Leather Workers Guild, let us depart. Really? It's in Gridania? Are we gonna... Is our duty gonna be in Gridania? Okay, yeah, in front of the Leather Guild. Da 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 da. I came. Look at the birds of Baravian and find his see a spot where the branch has been scalded by agent elements. There you must have fixed the branch. Okay. Wait. Are you not going to show how I get up there? You ascend the ancient trunk and affix the branch to the guardian tree to whether the bark is directed by the eldest Seed-Seer. You quiet the climber, and with that, all the preparations are now complete. Let us return to the guardian tree, and with the aid of the Great One, deliver salvation to the whole of the Trellswood. Okay, Central Shroud. So I'm trying to think of which one I want to do next. I wanted to get this one out of the way because I feel like I wouldn't enjoy it as much. But I feel like I might want to do Limsa Lamensa because pirates. If it's truly Urasur's a lingering resentment for the elementals that drives the blasphemy, then it surely will come. For the sake of the man he was, I must appeal to his reason, but should I fail, then we have no recourse but to fight. Regardless, today we shall bid farewell to Glepnir. Wait, what? It synced my item level as well. Through the branches of the guardian tree, the Trellswood is becoming as one. In summoning their Irmin Hedge, every elm of these sacred lands will be imbued with Great One's nourishing aether. The forest will empower it to heal itself, to break free of Glepnir's despair. The ceremony is complex and delicate. I must maintain focus. I trust you will do what is necessary to see that I'm not interrupted. Oh, Glepnir's come to defend the Seed-Seer. There he is. Are the elementals so deserving of his scorn? Do you hate me, too, for my horns? I knew a boy once. A boy calls them gifts, symbols of blessings he resolved to share with the world. Yet the beast before me now brings naught but misery and death, marks its victim with chains to bind and condemn. To share its suffering, I was not there for you then, but I'm here for you now, to unmake what you have become. I shall begin the ceremony. Stand fast and remember what we fight for. You know what's kind of dumb is that, like, considering what blasphemies are, like, even if you give him death, like, he basically gets true death. He doesn't get to go back to, like, the live stream or anything else like that. Oh, I get synced to 550. Oh. Oh god. Ready? Okay. Button mash. Yep. Hello, Lala. You've come to see the end of the tank one. Oh wait, what am I doing? Interrupt. Okay, it's halfway complete. No, don't. At least she's at 70.
I hope I interject at the proper time.
What? No. Go, go. Oh god, fatal poison. Ready? There we go. Okay, cool. How do I...
By the grace of the elementals!
Poison got boink!
By the light of the crystal!
Where's the music? Okay, there's the music. The game's like no music. Man, how did you fail this like 3 times, Lala? Jesus.
I shall ease your hurts.
Or maybe he's doing fucking Awkmorn. Why are you doing Awkmorn? It's a glowing fucking Caspar! See, this is why we can't trust Lala to tank. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's on you.
Be gone with you! What's will be done?
He dead now. I did it. Wait, it didn't say duty complete. Why didn't it say duty complete? Those sacred soul and azure skies, may your compassion flow and swell to banish the darkness. Oh, it's the song that sounds like a Toby Fox song. Receding terror. Blissful quiet. This is the voice of the elemental. Blessing. Covenant preserved. Now and always. Child of child. Honor and gratitude unending. For we as well. Honor and gratitude unending. We cannot have overcome the blasphemy without your aid. In your everlasting grace, I pray you continue to guide we children of the forest. In your boundless mercy, I pray you forgive the lost and forsaken who succumb to despair. No! To you, my dearest Aesura, I promise I'll never forget your words of wisdom. Ours is indeed a gift and a blessing, and a duty to our people I will uphold until my final breath. This I swear. I started at 8:45. Thank you, Theresa. The great cleansing has seated with you. I put it on my schedule every time. I start Fridays at 9 o'clock. The blight has been purged, and the blasphemous beast which bore it laid low. Sacred woods that once held in fear now breathes a long sigh of relief. I must return to Gridania and my regular duties to cease here, but I should be glad if you call upon me there. That is, if I may impose upon you one final time. Because I get excited and I want to start early. Thank you, I'll probably not detain you and leave. Let us meet at the Lotus stand. Oh, whatever. Honestly, like, eventually I do want to just, like, maybe sit back and start a countdown at, like, the 15 minutes before, but I feel like I should have, like, more people who watch me if I was to do that. The Great One's Aether flows all throughout the Trustworld, purging the last vestiges of Gelpnir's poison. The surviving wounded are no longer in danger and have begun to recover at long last. Ha ha ha! Happy! We have much cause to rejoice, in no small part because of you, my friend. On behalf of Gridania and myself, allow me to thank you yet again for your tireless efforts in bringing Gleipnir to heal. You went above and beyond the call of duty for the sake of our people and their homeland. You were inspiring to behold, and not for the first time, I must say. Forgive me, Elisisia, but with the crisis behind us, I would suggest a new course of action. Oh, and what that might be. Rest. In all our time together, I've never seen you so hard-pressed. Surely your rearing could benefit for a brief respite. No. Appreciate the concern, my friend, but I cannot, will not. One day, perhaps, but not this day. But Elisisia! Recent events have given me cause to reflect upon my past, upon lessons I thought I once taken to heart. When I did not understand the duty of which had been trusted, when these horns of mine were chains binding me to a destiny I did not choose. It was Iasura who taught me to appreciate the gift I had been given. Had he not been there to help keep me in proper path, where would my errant feet have taken me instead? He was perhaps the first, but it would not be the last. My brother and sister and countless other kind souls. Though their words and support have also helped me continue with way forward. What? No. Because paths are first, but centering countless kind souls. So their words and I support. They have helped me continue to find a way forward, even though I thought there was none. 'Tis my opening our hearts to one another that we in turn open new paths, that we conceive our greater opportunities and brighter futures. All who live within Gridania are deserving these gifts, and so I must always be there for them, that together we might journey in the safety through darkest night, whatever. You don't desire life for yourself outside of your duties? In my life's duties and my duty in my life, I do what I love and desire naught else. But if ever came a time when I need no longer serve as Zelda Cece, I would be forced to consider alternatives. Perhaps I would do the same as Urasura and settle down with my beloved. Finding and courting them would be quite an adventure, don't you think? Maybe after all my duties were done, I would learn to have sex. Regardless of what future has in store, my present course is clear. So long as we patrol serve as a bridge between man and elemental, Gridania can weather any storm. And so I will continue to walk hand in hand with my people and my patrons along a path that we discover together. What do you say? Though the blasphemy is no more, there's still administrative matters to resolve. It's not much asked. Can you bring word of recent events to Delegate and Razad Han? It's been an honor and a pleasure, my friend. May the elementals watch over and keep you. Wait, Razad Han is here. Do. Welcome back, and pray you brought the glad tidings? Lepnir is slain. You brought joy to me an otherwise uneventful day, of course. I had complete faith in your success, but I had begun to worry ever so slightly when you did not return as quickly as I anticipated. I shall report your success to the envoys at once. If we have further need of you, I pray you will answer our call. Oh wait, I received all of them. You can now dye job-specific gear for level 90 tanks. I need to pee and get something to drink, so you're gonna have to give BRB. And I think we're gonna do Limsa next. Maybe. Well, I have to look. Just give me a while. Just in a few minutes. Why did you want to come in if you're going to want me to go back out? I'm not going to pay attention to you, cat. I'm sorry. You get to be paid attention to later. Well. Alright. Okay. I don't feel like Ishgard. I could do Alamig. Let's see, what is Alamigo's? Healer. Do I want to deal with Fordola? But I also have Raban. What's Limsa? Melee. You know what? Let's do the healer. While we do that, I need to not that. Oh, it's not that. This. There we go. We're gonna deal with Alamigo as the second one for tonight. If you're ready to lend us your aid, I'll apprise you of the situation. We received reports of creatures believed to be blasphemies stalking the streets of Alamigo. Troops have been decided to track and slay the beasts, but there are likely to be casualties. Most of our heroes posted elsewhere. We thought we'd petition you for aid. Sounds like you need some better soldiers, not more healers, but if I must. Going to be a dick. Ha! Well, no man or woman alive can hold a candle to the warrior of light. Okay, I'll let you out. Dummy. Dummy cat. Dummy cat. In any case, we stress thin as, rather thin as present. Given that we know presses little of our foe, we sooner turn the best of the best now than we wait to undeniable. No doubt my Uldaran comrades will be heartened to have you fighting alongside them. You see, there have been no sightings of blasphemies in our lands. We have joined our Alamigan allies in the hunt on their fiend. Trouble is, the majority of our healers are working day and night to treat the tempered Imperials caught at the Paglithan. For that reason, we too would be glad to help. Your presence alone will be a great comfort to the troops, I'm sure. At this time, it's the essence. I ask that you make your way to Alamigan Quarter and report to duty. Commander Aldine is overseeing the hunt, and you'll explain all upon your arrival. May Raul grant you strength. Alright. Alamigan Quarter. Oh, good. I'm glad that I get to miss stuff. That's always fun. Wait, what are they playing tonight? I mean, they didn't get to play Shadow, so it ain't Shadow the Hedgehog. Barkley, Barkley. Mr. Twimhill, we were told you're on your way, but even quicker than expected. I'll tell Commander Aldine you arrived. Moment, please. Glad you could join us. Moment. Now that the far greater crisis has been resolved, we may and must turn our undivided attention to matters of a smaller but no less deadly scale. I'd like nothing more to hear about your recent adventures, but I'm afraid such pleasantries will have to wait. Oh, what? Okay, we're just going to go ahead and see what it looks like. Our man at Thavnir will have told you a blasphemy is loose in Alamigo. When it first appeared, the city guard were able to get most of the bystanders to safety, and for mercy, those who were caught in the chaos only suffered minor injuries. But the fiend managed to escape and had not been seen since. We must find it, and soon. For as long as it remains at large, every man, woman, and child is at risk. As was the case in Thavnir, the blasphemy's very essence seems to spur the creation of lesser beasts. So I need to take a drink. The longer it's allowed to roam free, the more tragedy our people will suffer. Did anyone see the change take place? Did anybody know who it was? There were several eyewitnesses who gave the same account. A man walking through the Alamegan corridor fell to his knees all of a sudden, and a moment later he transformed into the monstrosity we now pursue. But beyond the fact there was a young Highlander, we know nothing about him. Even the description of his appearance are too vague to help identify the lad. No clues to his name or background. For all we know, he might have not been born in Alamigo, might have been the son of a refugee come to visit. There are other possibilities we're investigating, though. That said, I doubtless the circumstances are unique. Blasphemies and beasts are born whenever when men overcome by despair. Whatever drove him to turn likely could have done the same to another. Therefore, we have to prevent future tragedies and imperative that we identify and address the underlying cause. Until we do, we have no choice but to deal with the afflicted the only way we know how, by granting them a quick death. For now, I would have you join the hunt and keep my men from falling prey to these creatures. Are you up to it? You have my thanks. And, as a chance to have it, we have received word that a number of beasts were spotted on the outskirts of Alagana. The troops stationed here have put them down, but we're ruined in the process. First and foremost, they need medical attention, and that's where you come in. I'll meet you there. Okay, so, no, it's, okay, so, the problem with this is, because I've already kind of done it, about halfway through Endwalker, and if you've seen it, the end of days happens where if you get despaired, you turn into a horrific beast. These quest lines are supposed to be done during the middle of that and not after I've solved the problem. So it still kind of just goes with, oh, you do that. Yeah. So all of these quests were supposed to be done during those streams I did, essentially. But because I wasn't going to level 5 classes simultaneously, no. Although the soldiers were able to lead the beasts away from the village and cull a lot of them, victory did not come easily. At times like this, our lack of healers is sorely felt. I dare say they've yet to receive any treatment at all. See their wounds while I survey the area for any stragglers that may escape. Once I completed my patrol, I'll head to the village and gather eyewitness reports. Look for me there. Healing. Sure. Gods be good, I feel we're born. Hold on, you're Theresa, aren't you? I can't believe it. You're the one who inspired me to join the resistance in the first place. And now you've come to save me in my hour of need. I'll never forget it. Thank you, thank you. Ah, yes. Cast healing. What sages are known for. I saw them change right before my eyes. These were monsters I killed, but innocent men. But it had to be done. There were others I had to protect, and thanks to you, I can continue to do just that. Once I make my way back, I'll give a full account. The families, they'll understand.
She wounded herself on purpose when she saw you coming.
Nobody really uses that heal. All I had to do was press one button and go boom, instant. Then again, if it was fucking White Mage, it's like, oh, I'll just heal you to full health. When? For treating the wounds of those soldiers, you have my thanks, and theirs too, no doubt. It seems they were indeed successful in slaying all the beasts, and my search isn't any indication, but remain vigilant. Spoken with several people who witnessed the moment of this transformation, though the ordeal has understandably left them rather shaken. I heard you've been through a few ordeals yourself, Theresa. There are art involved. As for me, I kept busy with this and that, and like to get a hang of this wheelchair. Obviously, it has the limitations, but it gets me where I need to go. I've been working with this new organization as well, which is what brought me here. But no sooner had I arrived than these locals turned. Ragnarfried, have you heard what will happen? Whatever. The ones on Rindle Chains are very poor people we were trying to help. You were trying to help the poors? Perhaps I should explain from the beginning. The meeting least held in the royal palace marked a turning point for all of Yorurbania. It spurred us to open a dialogue with people and communities we otherwise would have shunned, but there's still so many problems to be addressed, and countless souls struggle to build new lives for themselves. I decided to form a volunteer group, the Silver Griffins. Our main concern is the welfare of Alamegans who sided with the Empire, for whatever reason, and helping them find their place in society. In particular, the surviving families of the Crania Lupi. But I thought you despised the skulls. Make no mistake, I will not forgive them. I do not have that in me, and I doubt I ever will. But the memory of that day in the palace, of Fordola asking to be locked up again after saving us all, it stayed with me. Got me to think about why she and the other youths would commit such atrocities. Why they swear to sweep the Empire, and the answer was simple. Because they've seen what we've seen and suffered much the same. In a hell when we all condemn, they choose to betray one brother to another. That's how the Garleans win. Not by breaking you, but by making you break yourself. By making the choice the right one for a man is the other end of his tether. Healing only begins with liberation, and some scars will never some scars never will, regardless. Those who return from foreign lands may have difficulty carving out a living here, but the ones who have pledged allegiance to Garlemald. This is not the Alamigo we dreamed of, but the 20 years of misery, I'll not see it all thrown away because we can't come to terms with the past. That's why I formed the Silver Griffins, to see that no one is cast aside. It's a cause I support, and that's why it brought me here today. I've been acting as mediator. And in the short time he's been with us, he's proven himself a natural. But despite our earlier success, the families of the Skulls continue to refuse our help. I think I see what it's leading. They're the ones who turned, yes? It comes to no surprise that Ken tormented and murdered fellow Alamegans. Anyone with conscience would feel shame and guilt. And for some, it might be too much to bear. I think I know why they're turning us away. It's a sensitive matter, though. So let's go somewhere that we won't be overheard. Is it about Fordola? Are we going to be talking about Fordola? Because Fordola's in the image. I guess, like, the lower end duties, but, like, I rarely have to cast that heal because, like, unless shit's fucked. It's about one of the men who turned. Saw his memories. With the echo, I'll not pretend I understand it, but tell us what you learned. I only caught a glimpse, but it was enough. There was zero in the occupation, a man raising his son, only 2 of them, but they were family. To keep his boy clothed and fed, he chose to side with the Empire. He knew what others said, but he did it anyways. And so he was branded a traitor. Every day his son listened to the jeering and the insults, but there was nothing he'd do. When he came of age, he joined the Skulls and hoped that it would make life easier for his father. He never dared question his orders, no matter how depraved. He died in the revolution, but not before killing his own countrymen. His father wept for not the betrayer and murderer, but for the man he could have been. He blamed it all on himself, right until the change took him. I can only pray that he and his boy finally found the peace they were denied in life. No! That's not how that works. His boy, sure, but he himself, no. If you're turned into a blasphemy, the implication is that you don't even get to go to, like, the fucking live stream. You have, like, no ether left. You're basically nothing. Alas, this is all too familiar tale. They cannot forgive themselves, nor can they see how anyone else could. The sins of their kin weigh heavy on them. They think themselves undeserving of compassion. If they carry on like that, they'll turn into beasts. We gotta help them before it's too late. Growing up half Garly and now Amigo, I know how it feels to be shunned and hated, to hate myself. But as long as we give ourselves and the others a chance, we change for the better. And while I might not be the clever or eloquent as someone like Alpha Node, I know I can make a difference. I might not be the swordsman I used to be, but I'm still a fighter at heart. In order to Alba and Aule to make the most of my life so long as I got it. We Silver Griffins give our all to see that no more beasts or blasphemies ravage Girabania again. So, Commander Aldine, do we have your approval to continue our work? Of course, there's no more enemies formals than despair, and I'd be fool to refuse your help. Even if a single one of our people has succumbed to this transformation is proof of our failure to protect them. Therefore, I pledge the Silver Griffins my unconditional support. Together, we will prevail. Now I have that. Three's on the handout trail. I believe they're already facing many beasts we encounter. Though I fear that it's a matter of time before others appear, I ask that you lend the Silver Griffins the assistance in the meantime. Very good. Now, for now, let's return to the city. You're not even going to teleport me to the city. You're going to make me teleport myself. No free teleport. Those are Albert guilt not just because of weak heart, but because they have failed to meet the demands that make themselves. It was the same with me when I believed that my failures had led to the Sultana's assassination. The despair and self-loathing were indescribable. I was fortunate that you and the other Scions came to my rescue, that I had friends to convince me that I was more than some of my worst mistakes. Now we must do the same for the people of Alamigo. We must help them to heal and find strength to, if not forgive, then to come to terms with those who we were, so that we can look to who we can be, who we aspire to be. That's precisely why the work of the Silver Griffins is so vital. Though our problems are not new, the emergence of this deadly phenomenon means that we cannot afford to delay addressing them any longer, and we will be better for it ultimately. Once we decide the course of action, you'll be first to know. Until then, may Rauger watch over and keep you. Okay, did you find out what you need to do? We're hoping you stop by. I'll show you the Commander Aldine at once. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. You're welcome sight as always, Lieutenant. Aye, and lots happened since we last spoke. We Silver Griffins have been keeping busy. As I said, I had my men, but I'm afraid we're too little show for our efforts. Although we've been searching high and low for the blasphemy, we've need no hide nor hair of it. Unfortunately, everyone has had better luck. We see reports of lesser beasts throughout Garabania. Putting them down is as important as hunting the blasphemies that got away. Okay, man, those rumors have been circulating that the beasts were the Skull's kin. While this was true in the most recent incident in Alagana, we cannot have people jumping to conclusions, given what they might feel tempted to do. It's been suggested that we take these individuals into custody for their own protection as much as safety as others, but that will only isolate them even further and give credence to the rumors. The recent unrest has hindrance of the efforts of Silver Griffins to no end. Therefore, I ask you to aid them in their endeavors and see if there's no ought to be can be done. True. Also, you'll be joined by another volunteer. Try not to be too surprised. Well, I thought I might feel my ears burning. Oh god, sir. I said I don't need a keeper, but they bloody listened and they did. Bollocks. Did they, bollocks? Come now, don't be like that. This is what you agreed to. Besides, you never know when you might need to be a healer, and there's none better than Theresa. He's right. You've earned a measure of trust, and this should be taken to mean otherwise. Thick as these already now, then we no need to sudden color, eh? We all know I'm not coming off anytime soon. But if this is how it's to be, then fine, as long as she keeps out of my way. I want the two of you to visit Silver Griffin's headquarters in Alagana. Several relatives of the Crania Lupi have agreed to meet with them, and we could do with a measure of precaution. If anyone so much mentioned skulls, I'll deal with it, understood. Let's get this over with. She's as much as the risk of turning as anyone, maybe even more so. You don't need the echo to see the weight she's carrying. She's got no handle on her own echo either. Sometimes the visions come without warning, and such force that it's all she can do to stay standing. There's no telling what might happen if she comes face to face with the family of her former comrades. So look out for her, please. I wish there was more I can do for her myself. We all got our own duties. I'll see through them to the end. The remotes of y'all follow Fedor's lead, and we're counting on you both. But be ready to step in if she ever curses you for it. Even if she curses you for it. Ba bum 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 da 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 da. Okay, it's Alagana, right? Oop. Do. Alright, Fordola. I have a feeling Raban was in you, Theresa, but as for her, if you got complaints, take it up with the commander. No, it's fine. Truth be told, ever since the day at the Royal Palace, I've been thinking. Stop, you don't want to say it and don't want to hear it. The matter at hand then, we Silver Griffins have been working to support the relatives of the Crania Lupi. But the one family has gone missing, a mother and her parents who lived together in the same roof. One of ours paid them a visit, but they were nowhere to be seen. When they went inside, they found a house that had been torn to shreds. Thick gorges in the floors and walls made by beast claws by the look of them. Do you think of the turn? Aye is most likely explanation. Please, do what you must before anyone else is hurt. There's no time to waste. I'll head west, you head east. Well said. You head west, I'll head east. You know, once again, coming back to Alamigo, I still don't like Alamigo. Alamigo sucks. Oh, hi there. Oh, I should have. You know what? I should have also used barrier on myself. In the dirt, you spy an envelope containing a crumpled, tear-stained letter. Read the letter? Sure. Dear Mother, I hope this letter finds you well. Time is short, I must keep this brief. Although I have never done anything to make you proud, I promise you things will be different when the war is over. Until then, take care and know that I love you with all my heart. Placing the letter back in the envelope, you turn your attention to finding the others. Neat! Dave is a real gamer, then. You know, I've never actually played Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. I've never played the thing, so... Maybe one day I should do that. But, like, the next time I do an RPG is probably going to be Final Fantasy VI. Because that comes out sometime this month. Okay. Boop, boop. Think of the prestige. True. But that doesn't mean anything. It is somewhat. Oh, at the very end do I get the attack. Discover what appears to be a writing room with a name and date engraved on the inside. With seemingly no more clues to be found, you decide to report to Ragenfried. Yeah, bum, 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 bum. Dun. Ragenfried. Oh, we found everything? I found a ladder and the wedding ring. Then accessory feared. I found him and killed the third. It was carrying this. Matching ring. I'll deliver these effects to the next of kin and arrange for a funeral, as close to one as possible under the circumstances. There's no changing the past. We can always carry it in scars, but no matter who we were or what we did, we're Alamegans, then and now. The Empire was our enemy then, and now it's to spare. Good words and deeds will serve us in the best in the fight. Weapons even as an old man like me can wield. Thanks to the two of you, the missing villagers may be finally laid to rest. I and the other Silver Griffins will redouble our efforts to prevent further tragedies. I finished checking the wares, sir. Everything's in order. Good work. Take a rest, lad. You more than earned it. Can't keep this to yourselves, but Everett's younger brother was a member of the Kranai Lupi. He's exactly the sort of person we're trying to help. God, is he ugly. I mean, wait, what? Like many others, he was reluctant to talk to us at first, but after he gained his trust, we were able to help him work. He's taking it too well. Yeah. It's, the butcherer! Traitors, all of us! Kinslayers deserving of hate and death! Hate and death! Well, shit. And then she started acting up. Get back! Get back! Well? Stay away from her. For dollars, save your girl's life. I know, but she's... Half an innocent, poor lad. But it had to be done without hesitation. Would have been much worse otherwise. Only one of you. No! Could you go to Fordola and see to her wounds? I'll do what I can here. Where is she? It says up. Over here? No, down. Ah, there she is. I want to heal you. I'm fine, leave me be. No, you're not. I said I don't need your help. I'm a healer, let me do my job. God, you're like a dog without a bone. Go on, Dan, make it quick. I will use my slowest heal. A Kuro can change the spots, and there's no washing the blood off of my hands. Nor would I if I ever could.
No
That's-
raid coming. Lower your guard.
Okay, Daijobu. Taking up Garlean Still was the first choice, but not the last. Like the kill, the hardest, every choice that came easier and easier, until I stopped counting, stopped caring. You tell yourself it's right and for the greater good. Give an order and feel the ground tremble as the cannon fires, and when the dust settles, your own men are buried beneath the rubble, and you tell yourself, me too. I won't let it take you, even though it probably means I could finally kill you. That man in the village, I saw his past. I'm the one who killed his brother. I'll be all right. I just need a moment. Can you wait with me? Do 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 do. Everything the skulls fought for, the sacrifices we made, the things we did in the end, it was all for nothing. Sometimes I look back on the road I walked and the bitterness I can still taste, and I wonder, if I had grown up in another time, in another place, would I have done the same to different people? Was it always in me to be me? Hello, Dev and Dave and everybody from the raid. Hello, Sean. Hello, Sama Tojo? Welcome. It is going fine. I'm cleaning up some of the Endwalker quests that I did not do in my giant binge of the Endwalker back a couple months ago. But I dragged them into hell in many of my own making. I remember these two brothers in particular, childhood friends of mine. The older one enlisted with me, but the younger. We're gonna clean these up, and then then the only thing that's left for me to do would be the Hildebrand quest, but that's still gonna be a couple more weeks away. He would never have to make these soldier. He was too kind, too good. Aphris died at the Specular Imperatoris, but his brother's still out there somewhere. Not that I've gotten the courage to face him after what I did. I hope he's found the life he deserves. Not all the Kranai Lupi at the towers died that day, though. I know from one of my visions that at least one survived. Ruffdolf. I'm glad he made it out, but too many others didn't. Too many others still need our help. I helped make this blasphemy, and by Ralgar, I'll kill the bastard if it's the last thing I do.
You can cash each channel point for DTS2.
Yeah.
Streamer.
True. You can annoy me with TTS until, like, it runs out of characters. And then, like, you won't be able to do it for the rest of the month. Heading back to city, make my port. You, should do so likewise. Anyways, so yeah, I'm doing some quests I didn't do during my big stream of Endwalker. Whoops. This one's the healing roll quest, in which I have to deal with Fordola again. Get the Gatekeep Gaslight Girl boss. Yeah, they're generic ones. This is the healer ones, and there's that. I mean, there's ones there used to be stuff for each job, and there still are for like the newer ones, but like since Shadowbringers, they've mostly been basically they wrapped up all the storylines for the job quests at this point. So only like the newest ones get a storyline, and everybody else also gets the generic ones. Welcome back. For those all giving an account, but I'd like to hear yours too. She almost turned into a beast herself. Well, take that into consideration before sending her out in the field again. As for the events in Gahana, concerned, the two of you did well. Despite the appearance of self-peace, you were able to prevent any further casualties. However, this serves to confirm those with the connections to the Kranai Lupi should be considered at risk of turning. Over the years, many of them have drifted away from the larger settlements and taken living in secret. Others made their way to Ul'dah as refugees, including some individuals of interest. As such, I've been working closely with the Immortals Flames to locate and offer support to refugees in particular. In fact, I plan to make a journey there for the audience with the Sultana. Once my preparation is complete, perhaps you can join me. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. Yeah, see, come on, Aldine. Okay, come this way. Our request for an audience with the Sultana has been accepted. Before we depart, I shall share what we've learned since we last spoke. The blasphemy continues to elude us, all while driving others to succumb to despair and turn. Even with the Alamegan and Ul'dah forces searching for signs of the beast and more potential victims, we yet to discern a pattern in the chaos. Nevertheless, if our blasphemy is like others, its behavior is likely dictated by the passions and regrets that man once was. Therefore, any information concerning him and his life may lead us to track it down before it strikes again. We don't want people to shun the families of the skulls any more than they already are, but the fact remains that the vast majority of the beasts have been born from them. They're the ones at the greatest risk of turning without question. Redola concerns me too. She came close to transforming once before, so I think it might be best if we keep her out of this one after all. And deserves a chance to make amends, I guess. Doing big war crimes and being a big girl boss. I'm inclined to agree with Theresa. She was able to resist the transformation and has shown no signs of succumbing since then. If she wants to do her part, then I say we let her. If only I could go in her stead. Actually, I was hoping you would come with us to meet the Sultana. I believe she would benefit greatly from your understanding of the struggles the people face. You gain from the experience too. While she's not the sort of brandish a sword and charge you into battle, you soon discover she's a champion of her own arena, as brave as any warrior. You still have to have some form of mobility as a character. I doubt she has much to learn from the likes of me, but it'll be an honor to make her acquaintance. Erenval and I will go ahead and wait for you at the Hustings Strip. We'll see you anon. Bum 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 bum. Why are we panning up? Actually, you know what? That just reminds me of like some of the mounts in this game. I don't know how to get it. There's a mount that's like a bunch of catfish carrying you around. So maybe that would work. Hustings Strip. Oh, there it was. Hey, Papa Sean. What do you have to say? I only let her out of my sight for a moment. Oh, god damn it. Master Papa Sean was just telling us that Nanamo, I should say Lady Lilira, has gone on another one of her jaunts about the city. Though it's not my place to question her grace's judgment, I do wish she had consulted me before running off on her own. And perhaps I'm overthinking it, but it's unlike her to keep her guests waiting. If I may so serve with blasphemies appearing throughout the land, it's dangerous times to be going for a stroll. I suspect it might be a reason she wishes to see herself how the citizenry fare in these trying times. Even so, it's downright reckless. We'll find her, though. No, I couldn't possibly allow for such esteemed guests to... Come now, we might be off here on official business, but we're old friends, and you may remember I have a knack for tracking down errant sultanas. Some might say that knack is rather charitable. I should be glad to your assistance. And I'll take a look around here. Quizzing locals give me opportunity to learn the recent going-ons in Uldar too. Well then, there's no time like the present. Fear not, with me on the case, you'll be over before you know it. You should go this way. Sapphire Exchange. Just this place. Here we go. Did you find her? It's been some time since I saw it last come these streets for long, Lily Raw. As a matter of fact, Papa Sean and I would compare to see which ones could find her first, I recall. Most of the contest ended in my favor. The trick, you see, is to look past the disguise and pay attention to the gesture and mannerism, the tiniest movement that might give her away. Come, I'll show you how it's done. Follow Raban's lead and try not to fall behind. Okay. She's fond of perusing the stalls here. Good. I don't think any side games. There is a companion app to this game. If she's not here, where could she be? What if she... Wait. What if she's been abducted? In one of these pots? Perhaps not. Like, there's a little companion app to help, like, deal with certain things, but, like, not a full-on, like, mobile game or, like, a golden saucer type of thing. Never known her being this elusive. I tried to overuse her, Han, so unless she's hiding inside a barrel or something equally nonsensical, she must be elsewhere. Gods, why did you choose now of all times to run off? What if she's been abducted or run afoul of a beast? Perhaps, well, there's no need to assume the worst. We should just keep looking, man. You're right. I know, but it's not hard to worry. Where could she be? Come think of it, something Papa Sean said caught my ear. He thought Nanama went to the excursion because of the emergence of these blasphemies and beasts, to better understand how her people are coping with the situation. If so, she would seek out the most desperate and destitute. Pearl Lane, then. May I lead the way? I'll admit, my ability to track missing persons might have been diluted somewhat. Pearl Lane has been plagued with pickpockets and the like. Yeah, watch your back if you go on ahead and search for Lily Ra at your full attention. Raban's now accompanying you. Yeah, Pearl Lane's this place. Maybe it's that giant glowing, like, spot. Oh, wait, I can just... Oh, wait, this is so I can talk to Raban. While it may not be immediately obvious, conditions have improved considerably as of late. The Great continues to support rebuilding efforts in Garabania, which have led to the creation of many jobs for many of the locals, both here and on the other side of the Belzar's wall. Okay, but that doesn't tell me anything about Pearl Lane. Ask about the poors. In every society, there are those haves and have-nots, and seldom is this divided more sorely than here in Uldar. Many of the young and able-bodied work for Lolorito as guards, though he earns more in the afternoon than most will in a lifetime. Well, this uplifting music means that we probably found her, right? Yeah, there she is. Not, Lady Lilira. Raban, what are you doing here? And Theresa, too. While I'm glad to see you both, our meeting is not yet due to commence for several bells. What's the meaning of this? We were worried, and with good reason. There are far too dangerous times to be roaming around alone, Your Grace. Some things never change, but I assure you, I'm quite capable of looking after myself in my own city of all places. More importantly, I wish to observe firsthand how the people have been faring as of late, but I might be better prepared to participate in our discussion later. But I have finished, and you'll be comforted to hear. And pray allow us to escort you back to more amenable surroundings. Would you like to carry a ride on my shoulder? Certainly not. You've already attracted more than enough attention. Oh. Oh, alright. Do. Why? Oh, wait. Why does the box turn like that? Damn it. Damn it. The box doesn't. Thanks for trying. It didn't work. I had just used my sprint too. How dare you? There she is in her little puffy dress. I thank you all for making the journey here for during these difficult times. It is my pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. On behalf of the people of Rosie, allow me to express the sincerest gratitude for your continued dedication to our cause. Respect, Your Grace. I'm just a soldier. What was a soldier? I say, Commander Aldine would not make such a distinction, neither will I. Yet you serve your people, and still provide a solace to many Alamigos with most of the most vulnerable. Words are bad. If I was to deal with this threat, we must forearm ourselves with knowledge. I understand you're coming bearing information regarding blasphemy and its victims. We have indeed. All family members of the Skulls. Hence, the need to locate the families of Crania Lupi members who have fled the Thanalan. There's no need for struggle faced by Alamegan refugees, and those who once pledged allegiance to the Empire are no exception. But rest assured that, irrespective of their past, all would be treated with an even hand. All would be afforded such aid as I'm able to provide. Magnanimous as always, Your Grace. If I may be so bold, I have a question. What do you have in mind for those at most risk of undergoing the change? I believe there is but one recourse. Earnest and open dialogue. Diplomacy! While someone born into unimaginable wealth, others suffering in great hardships and oppression, the circumstances of our birth are beyond our control. Our fate subject to the whims of the gods, as some would argue. I once thought myself a prisoner of my fate, a figurehead, helpless to watch on as many people starve, a powerless puppet. I wanted nothing more than to cast it all aside, to free us all, but I failed from my naivete, and then was afforded a second chance for my privilege. The world is unfair, terribly so, but we have the power to push back against inequalities and injustice. If not overcome, then them on a blessed occasion, to love our neighbor and share in life's bounties, to open our hearts and come together as one. Cruel words have never been spoken. But without the support of the people, such words are not but vain platitudes. Thankfully, my recent attempts to make inroads with the monetarists have met with some success, despite differing views on many subjects. We yet strive to find common ground. Common ground. We poured all our efforts in aiding the families of the Crenai Lupe, and while it seems to be helped to some degree, we have yet to some have still succumbed and turned. Of course, they're not the only ones. Alamigas everywhere, whether they sided with the Empire, fought for the resistance, or were caught in the middle. They all suffered. They all wake up at night at times, haunted by the memories of death and despair. We know what can happen if those feelings are left to fester. The legacy of the Imperial occupation will not soon be forgotten, but rather than seek to forget, it happened necessary to remember, to acknowledge and accept the truth of it, that they may properly mourn those who have lost. A remembrance. I propose we hold a memorial ceremony to those who died in the war. Everyone, no matter who they were or what they did, let them be loved, let them be hated. But above all, let them be remembered. And in remembering the dead, in their honor and their sin, where the living of Alamigo may find silver common ground. It's a noble sentiment, but bringing together people who have reason to distrust one another and risking inflaming tensions could be receipt for disaster. Then again, we can't keep ignoring the merit in the room and do nothing to address the situation. As long as we leave it to the individuals to decide whether or not to attend the ceremony, I think it's worth a try. Organizing an event of this scale requires a great deal of effort, so I offer my full support. Once you know what's needed, come to me and we'll put the plan to action. Obviously, some will balk at the idea, which is perfectly understandable, so I'll be listening to the opinions as well. After all, we want to be a ceremony that brings Alamegans together. What about the people who said don't do it? What about their opinions? We'll ignore them, sir. I was wondering, Your Grace, I might as well ask your approach to, well, I'm talking to people. Winning them over, as you can tell, I'm no politician, so I'll be grateful for any advice you can share with me. Hello, TK. Oh, why would it be delighted to? As a matter of fact, I have a number of matters I wish to discuss with you. On that note, I suggest you return to Alamigo. Yeah. Damn, we're only halfway through the healer one.
Dicks! Dicks!
Yeah, there they go, the triple dicking.
Dicks!
Yes.
Dicks!
Wait.
Dicks!
That's more dicks! No, I cannot handle having as many dicks as you've been giving me. That was 2 more. Do. More dicks.
Dicks!
Yeah, it's really weird that, like, you know, as loud as dicks is, it doesn't scare me. It just, like, I like, sound effects and stuff don't, like, scare me or anything, because I don't feel as tense during streams. I knew our involvement would make a good first impression, but he's outdone himself. Plum. We'll tell you when there's more developments. There you are. Commander Aldine has asked me to convey you the following information. At present, we are looking at reports of missing relatives of Krena Lupi. With the cooperation of Silver Griffins, we're currently searching for any clues to their whereabouts. Thanks to the concentrated efforts of Ragenfried and the others, the general public has been willing to cooperate with our investigation, though many have still harbored fears of distrust, blah, blah, blah. Our involves being helping, community. In fact, he was wondering if you could assist in delivering invitations, because that's what we need to do right now. We need to deliver invitations to the public. But yeah, it's like, the only reason why I put dicks in sound effects is because, like, you know, there was so many of those Zentrea clips of her, like, you know, freaking out over dicks because somebody would have good timing. But, like, it never scares me as much as, like...
Dicks, dicks, all you need is a bag of dicks, just every size of rainbow. Dicks like just a bag of rainbow dicks.
You know, I don't live on the West Coast, nor do I live in the Northwestern Pacific. So I don't get to have a bag of dicks. Thanks for coming. It's no surprise that planning a memorial ceremony of a whole bloody nation would keep me and men busy. And Barbarago, but that's something else. I've probably been gathering information on who died in the war, especially when it comes to the skulls and of the conscripts. And they're the ones who need to be treated most carefully. If we don't acknowledge the crimes of our kin and all their painful truth, then we do a disservice to the victims, living and dead. But if we paint them as monsters who did monstrous things, people will believe things we would believe we would never do, then we're perpetuating a different but no less dangerous lie. As for preparing the event itself, we're holding a meeting members of each of the settlements around Girabana. Send invitations to most of them already, but I hope you help deliver the last two. There's Moran Noon in Pure Stones and Sarisa in Vera Nila. I'll give you one for each. Dicks, and nuts. To be honest, I'd be surprised if they refuse, considering how their people suffer at the hands of the skulls. But I hope we can remind them that deep down, we're all just people trying to survive, to protect our loved ones. We might have driven the Empire from our lands, but as long as we hold fast to the grudges born of their attempts to divide and set us against one another, we'll never be free of their legacy of cruelty. With that in mind, I've included an account of my experiences with the Silver Griffins and people I've met, victims, collaborators, their friends, and their family, men and women who lived through it all, survivors. Even if they refuse to join the ceremony, at least they'll know and hopefully understand our reasons for holding the event. Granted, I had not had much practice writing important letters, but I think I get the message. You being the one to deliver them will make a world of difference. Take them. Okay, so Peering Stones, which is the fringes. Arkenball's okay is enough. True, he could get, he could just like summon. Wait, hold on. I never apply grammar plates here. Oh, I haven't set up anything for summoner, have I? Oh, I can't pull him in battle, can I? I barely set up anything out of the summoner stuff. I might as well summon Bahamut. Okay, hello, Mrazna. Na means you're the leader and you fuck all the chicks, right? Greetings, my friend. It's been far too long since you spoke. What brings you to my village? Here's an invitation for a memorial ceremony. So the rumors are true. I need not read this letter to know full its contents. I understand there are friends, volunteers working to support the families of those lost in the war, which few deny were the cause. But to include relatives of the Kranai Lupi? The Skulls watched the Empire slay us in thousands, and still they turned their cloaks and fought for our oppressors. And you would ask us to mourn the deaths of the Curs alongside their victims? I only ask that you read the rest of the letter. Noon. Whatever. Big Dick Gigolo. To miss it out of hand would be discourteous. Very well. Family. As Noon, my tribe is my family, and I know all too well the responsibility that brings. I'll do anything to protect them, anything. Loyalty, pride, conscience, my very soul, all are meaningless if I cannot ensure the safety of those I love. I suspect that some skulls have faced the same self's choice, but to see how their kin suffered, I cannot say I do not understand, though I wish I did not. Their crimes will never be forgiven. They cannot. But I and the others are willing can offer our prayers for the tortured souls and the men they could have been. I accept the invitation, not on behalf of the M tribe, but as Mraz Nun. Though I would be putting in question my people that may decide it for themselves. I am eager to make the acquaintance of this person who wrote the letter. He has not want to turn a blind eye to the bitter truth, painful though it is to confront. The meeting was a perfect opportunity to take his measure. I just kind of want to look around. Most of these are women, right? Okay, yeah. Making sure. Seekers of the Sun of the weird thing where they have a harem. Welcome to what do we owe the president of your visit. Then it's as I suspected. There have been rumors that such a ceremony would take place. Although you have traveled far to make this invitation, I must decline. We cannot mourn the loss of the fallen if the Crania Lupi are to be counted among them. Like Qualiana, they choose to aid the Garlean oppressors, killing and bleeding for those who have pillaged our lands, cowards and traitors all. And are we to assume that the Qualiana who died fighting among the Empire would be honored as well? If so, then that's all the more reason for us to refuse. I understand. The only request that you read his account. Read the letter. Read the letter to change your mind. If you insist. Insist. No one was spared suffering in the occupation, not the resistance, not the collaborators, not the families of both, no one. That so many would die in shame and ignominy, having sold their souls only to lose everything, is a tragedy and a lesson. They are forgotten, and their lessons of their folly is forgotten. For the sake of this land we call home, I will join you in remembrance, and implore my people to do the same. In mourning, we may strengthen our ties to our neighbors as well. By together facing our past, we can build a foundation of lasting peace and prosperity.
Because those who always work, we need those enlargement from Fantasy XIV this game.
For that to work, you would need an item that that could be glamored to the chest. It would have to replace the chest. And just to do that, like in Fantasy Star Online 2, it works because it's an accessory that you can place anywhere on the body. In this game, it would have to replace the chest piece. So it doesn't work as well as you would like to think. Now, that said, I'm pretty sure that the 2B outfit that you can get in this game does enhance your ass. So it's not like I'm sitting back and saying that they could never. It's just like one of those things of it would only be through this. So how did it fare in the fringes? They said that about me, it's rare to get such a glowing praise, especially from renowned leaders like Sarisa and Miraz Noon. More importantly, though, they agreed to attend the meeting. I gotta thank you for that. After all, I imagine it's harder to turn down an invitation when it's a hand delivered by the Warrior Light herself. Before I get in my head self, though, I remember that the only one beginning, bringing everyone together is one thing. Coming to an agreement is extremely decisive issue. Divisive issue is entirely different catfish entirely, as Her Grace was quick to point out. But as she taught me, if our cause is just and our hearts are true, these like mine will surely answer the call. An answer they have. While there's no bound to differences of opinion, I'm sure there's nothing we cannot overcome if we put our minds to it. To that end, I was hoping you could join us if you have the time to spare. There are still a few loose ends Dragon Feed and I need to tie up beforehand, and we'll meet you in the palace as soon as we can. Just having you there will make a world of difference. Oh. I figured this quest was almost over, and then the next quest gets to be, the service, and then we'll fight the fucking blasphemies for some reason. Here for the meeting, yes. Because it's like now we're talking about all of this, but we were fighting a blasphemy. So while we all agree upon the importance of the ceremony, we recognize that the inclusion of the Cranite Lupi would be distressing for many. I too lost family at their hands and will never ask others to forgive and forget. But all their crimes, they were Alamegans, just like us. None made the decision to side with the Garland Mall, whatever. They had a choice and they chose to betray us. Who among us has not made difficult choices for kin and kith? Kith and kin. I do not forget that Fordola chose to stand between us and a primal. What does that have to do with it? Robber, 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 robber. Robber, 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 robber. Brothers and sisters, arguing will not avail us. The fate of Alamigo rests upon my shoulders and yours, on those every man, woman, and child that calls these lands home. This shitty fucking land. To uphold our honor, to strive for prosperity, to protect our loved ones, we will all know the weight of these responsibilities. It was the same self-weight that which drove many of our people to serve our oppressors, misguided as it was. And though they chose a different, unconscionable path, in the end, we all wanted the same thing. Deliver our families from persecution, that they may live to see one more day. Because another day in shame and self-hatred was better than none at all. The regretful dead are survived by the despair. Despair which threatens to drag us all into the abyss where there's no escape. Know that was surely we will if we welcome it into our hearts out of disdain for those we cannot forgive. Belch. But we Alamegans will not be so easily defeated. We will stand united and conquer this menace. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Every Alamegan who's fought and died did so in the hopes that one day we would be free. And we are free. We are free. By the blood of our fallen brothers and sisters, we are free. Free to lock away the pain and pretend it has no power over us, until it festers and takes us in our beds. Free to lay it bare and let it breathe, to acknowledge and to mourn our people at their best and their worst. The past is ours to bear, all of it, for ourselves and for future generations, so they needn't suffer like we did. Let us make Alamigo a nation where no man is left behind, where he can make all the wrong choices and still be afforded a chance to make it right, make a right one. Yeah, everybody's gonna do it. We're gonna hold a memorial service. They went any better than any of us could hope for. You have gratitude for your part in proceedings, but we both know that the real hero of the day was This was all Oliver's idea, and his words finally won over the naysayers. Now we have this community. We can get everybody to do a thing, and reservations, and opportunity, former skull in a more positive light. Echo. 2 more quests. What am I getting out of this one? Salted Thavinair cod. So the 89 one always gives me food. Something terrible has happened. It's Fordola. She escaped. Escapade? She was accompanying a Scotch renowned on training exercise. One moment she was there, next she was gone. I didn't think much of it at the time, but she's been acting strangely ever since she went to meet that mother and child. You know, the ones who wanted to thank her for saving the girl's life. When I told the Commander Aldine that he went charging after Alagana to ask them if he had any idea where Fedorla might be. I thought we were going after him, but then I heard you were heading this way, so I reckon I sent you here. You can do it. I can stay here and do nothing. Oh, up here. Grace, I wasn't expecting to see you here. You heard what's happened then. Just as Fedorla was beginning to earn our trust, she's given us a slip. As you know, she wears a choker. It was designed to do exactly this if it was enchanted as trigger. It was supposed to prevent her from escaping. If I was to give the order, she would be dead within moments, and she knows that. She took the risk anyway, so I believe that she has a good reason. That's why we're looking into it now. We're hoping Clairol and the young Lily here can shed some light on the matter. We'd like to ask you a conversation for Fedorla, if we may. Yes, of course. I know she's a butcher, or at least she was. But it didn't seem right to go without thanking her. That's why I requested a meeting to express my gratitude and my apologies. She was quiet at first, just stood as she spoke, as if she wasn't even listening, and then I mentioned the blasphemy, and she looked at Lil, and then suddenly clutched her own head and cried out in agony. The echo. You remember what you were thinking at the time? Nope. No, I have no intention or a desire to play either Dying Lights. I know what they are, but like, I just don't care enough. A man, the one I saw in the city. What? Who? Did you have something to do with those people panicking? I think he did. When I was waiting for you, I saw him. He was by himself. He looked poorly, so I asked if it was all right, and he said yes. He had a nice smile. He got up and started walking, but then... He was shouting, screaming. He was shouting, screaming. I was so frightened. I didn't want to talk about it, not even to Mum. I wish you said something sooner. I'm sorry, Poppet. This is my fault for leaving it on your own. The man who turned to blasphemy, I wager. The girl saw him, which means Fedorla had now seen him too. There's one other thing. When Fedorla was having her funny turn, she said something. Charlie? No, Charlotte, I think. Yeah, that was it. Ring any bells? Yes, it does, but have anything to do with skulls? The Silver Griffins to have information on him. I had best have a word with Ragenfried and then. Ooh. Ah, something felt like it just popped in my throat. You've both been very helpful. I'd like to thank you for being so kind for Fedorla. She might not have said it, but I'm sure she meant a lot to her. A couple more things I'd like to ask, so I'll catch up to you later. There we go. Charlotte, you said. Yes, an income of the university investigations. As I recall, he served under the viceroy, then occupation, and his whereabouts is certainly unknown. He had an old brother named Ansfrid, who was one of the Krenai Lupi, which would give him a connection to Fordola. Is there anyone who can tell us more about him? Yes, an uncle who recently helped find employment here in Alagana. He's recently the one who asked us to look for Charlotte. You're more likely to find him working at the Sleeping Stones. As it happens, I was planning on bringing him something to eat. I'll join you there shortly. Let's see, what time is it? And I might be able to fit in one more of these. Which will be fine, because then that leaves like 2 for next week. And then the week afterwards is that live letter about the next 10 years of Final Fantasy XIV. Because they're like, hey, here's what we're probably going to do. Perhaps we should have asked what he looks like. Somewhat. Still looking, eh? That's him over there. Ow. Jaw. I think there's maybe one somewhere that does. We're hoping we're not interrupting. No, of course not. It's always good to see you, Ragenfried. My word, the Bull of Alamigo and the Champion of the Alliance was bring such esteemed gifts to our humble good quarry. At ease, my good fellow. We merely wish to ask you about your nephew. Charlotte, you found him? No luck yet, then. Is there anything else you could tell us? More about his childhood, perhaps? Wasn't much of one, I'm afraid. Poor boy's life was ruined before he even had a say in the matter. His parents and I swore allegiance to Galamal to secure ourselves and our kin citizenship. For all good it did us here, living amongst our countrymen who treated us as pariahs. Took its toll on him and his brother to be spat on as traitors by association. One thing led to another, and Ansfrid, together with most of his friends, joined the Imperial Army. That's how it started, you know, the Krenai Lupi, Gaius's loyal little pups. You remember the names of these friends? Yes, I cried him a reputation growing up. There was Emerlin, Ruffdolf, and the angry little girl who grew up to be the butcher herself, Fordola. Charlie was part of the group too, yes, but what we heard, he has chose not to become a soldier? Wouldn't have lasted a day in training. He knew better than anyone, of course, not that it helped him feeling less guilty for turning his back on the others. He blamed himself for the deaths and for not stopping them when he had the chance. For not being strong enough to fight by his side. Maybe we saved him, maybe not. But he wasn't there. He wished he had been. Then one day, he was gone. Wherever he is, I hope he's safe and well. It might be a blasphemy. It might be basically super dead. So do we. Thank you. The information you shared proved useful. And for you, I brought some food. Why don't you call it a day and go enjoy it with your family? Also, why are you using an axe on like stone? I thought you had to use a pickaxe. Let him have his peace for now. Back to Alagana. Maybe I should have teleported back. I mean, it was only 100 gil. You know what? Just want to check the world map. So not only was his brother a member of the Skulls, but Charlotte herself was a childhood friend of Fodola's. I'm told he refused to support the Silver Griffins as well. He's been trying to make his own way for some time now. His brother and his friend died at the Specula Imperiotis, save for Fodola, and gods know how he felt about her after that. Or how Fodola felt about Charlotte after seeing Lily's memory of him transforming into blasphemy. Brother of a man she killed and childhood friend. Besides, she thinks she's responsible for this, so that's why she went to kill the beast. Never thought I'd say this, but I'm worried about her. Fodola is a survivor and outcast herself, exactly the sort of person Silver Griffins is trying to support. You've seen it for yourself, the sacrifices she's willing to make, and if you can learn to feel sympathy for her, maybe others can too. I think we have enough information for time being. Let's return to the city and plan for the final battle. Doot 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 doot. I wonder if I'm gonna fuck this up because I never liked putting the NPCs in my party. I assigned a few of my soldiers to assist Silver Griffin, blah blah blah. Tracking her comes join the search. Don't care. Thanks goodness you're here. Commander Aldine needs to see you right away. Follow me. Keep it uncontained until I arrive, but do not engage if you can help it, understood? That was Monago. Her unit finally found Fodola, or rather, she found them. In fact, I have Fodola on the search party link Pearl. She wants a word with you. Is he's from Japan? I don't think I do. I barely listen to music. Wait, I have the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack, I guess. So I guess that's about it. This is urgent, so be quiet and listen. The blasphemy, my friend, is right in front of us. I tracked him down, and when he spotted me, he started heading towards the Specula Imperatus. Look, Theresa, I need your help. Charlotte's not. He never wanted to hurt anybody, but the things he's become is, I can't leave him like this. I gotta stop him, whatever it takes. Wait till we get there. Don't engage. I owe you. So in a sense, I own 4 Japanese CDs. This is Monago. Can you hear me? We got the blasphemy surround. It's on the move. Go ahead of it, but maintain distance. We need to... Fodola, what are you doing? Fodola! Fodola! There's no time to waste. They need our help. Yep. I think this is a little bit better than the, Oh, just talk to Raban here. That's good. Blasphemy slipped by. Fodola's determined. Jeopardy. Time's come. You ready for action? Damn. There it is! Oh. Hold the line for as long as you can. Commander Aldine and the Warrior Light will be here any moment. Stay strong. In fact, there they are. You've done well. Leave the rest to us. Yes, sir. Get the injured to safety. Coward. Coward. Traitor to them. To everyone. Ow, headache. Great. I thought I could get away with not having a headache. I wish there was another way. So do I, but fighting's the only thing I'm good at. It makes me wonder how I ended up with such a clever brother. Too clever for my own good, maybe. He just thought of going into battle and getting hurt. About having to hurt other people. He's a bleeding heart, our Charlotte. Soon befriend a fly and shoot it away, much less kill it. I could kill it if I wanted to. I could. But you don't, and there's no shame in that. Leave the soldiering to us, Charlotte. We'll show the Garlands what we're capable of. Get the power and respect we deserve. And then, things will change. They will. You'll see. We found a place for ourselves, and you'll find one soon enough. Alright, that'll do. Everyone's enlisting. Meet back here tomorrow. In the end, what good did I do? They gave everything they had to give while I hid, like a rat waiting for the storm to pass. Coward, coward, coward. Okay, I'm out of my headache again. Coward, coward. Better dead, better forgotten. It's not your fault, Charlotte. It's not. You didn't do anything wrong, and I'm the coward, the traitor, the butcherer. I'll always be the butcherer. Don't you dare, Fordola. We don't need two of this. You don't get to end it. You don't get to give up. I won't let you. You're a bitch for a while. You have a lifetime to make amends and atone, to become something more than you were. But you die here, you are everything, they'd say. Everything you believe. Is that what you want? No. It's not going anywhere. Ehrenwald, why are you here? Exactly, Ehrenwald, why are you here? You're in the goddamn wheelchair. Go. There's no one else I'd rather be. I can't fight by your side, but I can still cheer you on. I can see you past, Charlotte. How you were left behind when your friends rushed into battle. It's bloody hard, isn't it? Wanting to do something so desperately with every fiber of your being, knowing you should be able to, but you can't. So you find another way to support them, your way. You did that too, didn't you? You were there for them, even if it didn't feel like it, but you were, Charlotte. You were. As a friend of mine once said, not all heroes are forged in the fires of battle. The history of Alamigo will be written in blood. We cannot change the past. We can change the future. And for that, we must all play our part. All of us. Yeah, let us grant the peace he deserves. Even though it's not really peace, it's just him being super dead. As for Emmeline, one day we'll be together again, but not yet. You'll never hurt anyone, Charlotte. That's not who you are. You'll be remembered as the kind soul you always were. I'm counting on you. Bum. Bum 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 bum. Of course I'm gonna have to do it like this, ain't I? Okay.
As one.
Oh. Raban, is it? Oh wait, why did I do that? Here. Actually, I should have did the other one. Oh, do I have to cure her? Okay. Let's see. Doo-doo. I keep hitting that wrong.
Show them what we're made of.
Man, I like how those other guys are not even giving a shit. Oh, shit. Oh, well. It's fine. Ah. Oh, I should heal or bond. There we go. That should be enough. You know what? I should have put this on Raban so I could have fucking done all that. I'm being a very bad sage. Yo? Wait. Yo? Oh. Did a little snap. There we go. They gave Raban his own special, like, wings thing that paladins have. No. No, you don't get to pull this. Two of them are dead and they're probably in the afterlife. That one is not in the afterlife. They pretty much stated that, like, 85 period. Thank you, I mean it. Like, the whole thing of, yeah, your fucking ether basically turns into mush, and then you basically don't even have enough ether left for an afterlife, is, like, right after the 85 dungeon. You can't keep doing this. She's gonna die and go to the afterlife, and then, like, hey, where's Charlotte? And it's like, wait, Charlotte's dead? And it's like, no, of course not. Fucking... I've been looking everywhere for you. Have you now? Meanwhile, the Undertale theme keeps playing. Yeah, let's all stand out here in the rain and reminisce. We've put down the last of the remaining beasts spawned by the blasphemy. 'Tis a pity we could do naught for those who turn, but we were able to prevent further casualties. It's nothing short of a miracle. It's astonishing, too, looking back at Charlotte's case. Although his existence spurred others to transform, he never attacked any settlements or travelers. Even though he underwent the chains in the middle of a crowded street, those who were present escaped with minor injuries at worst. I think that deep down, his compassion is what kept the raging blasphemy at bay. The only time he emerged from hiding was to journey to the place where his brother died. It's clear that he still retained some semblance of his former self. Not a victim of the Empire's terrible legacy, along with his friends and so many others. But the Crani Lupi was the creation of the Imperials alone. Many of those you've sought a place with them because they were denied one with us. That's why the memorial ceremony is so important. It's our chance to face our past together and to give them in death what they couldn't in life. Not to deny anyone a place in memory, even if it hurts and makes her feel ashamed. You'll be attending, won't you? No. I haven't been ordered to do so, so I suppose not. In light of your leal service Alamigo, I have intended to conditions by which you be eased. Providing I'm able to obtain approval, you'll be granted a degree of freedom. At the very least, we should soon have no need of that choker. There'll be no objection for me. You've done well. Yeah, okay. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were smiling. Well, I for one couldn't be happy with efforts to recognize. It gives me much more motivation to continue my work with the Silver Griffins and bring the people of Alamigo closer together. Got to do my best to keep up a certain little lordling, don't I? I think we've all done enough for one day. Time we get some rest. Yep, almost at the end of this one. Allow me, as both guardian of Alamigo and your sworn comrade, to express my pleasure, my thanks for coming to our aid in these desperate times. No matter what disaster may befall us, your presence alone is enough to keep the flames of hope burning bright. I, even as someone on the very precipice of despair, such as Fordola, can find salvation in your guiding light.
What if someone
laying on a
says
big
you
thick.
at the register because they were cross-eyed and meant to stab the clerk but got you. Instead, wouldn't that be fucked up?
That would be fucked up, but also at the same point in time, if two astronauts were on the moon and one hit another one with a rock, would that be fucked up or what? Also, that's a plot line in Virtual's Last Reward. Both Monago and Ernvald said much the same thing. I must be getting soft in my old age. In any case, it's safe to say that we all benefited enormously from your sterling work here. We couldn't have asked for a better healer or a better friend. Ambassador Razadhan would be relieved to hear of our successes here. Would you have to cross paths? Give him regards. Okie dokie. All the way back to Razadhan. Of course, now it's raining at Razadhan. Greetings, how goes Don Amigo? We did it. Eliminate blasphemies, helping organize a memorial service. They're certainly keeping you busy. That's a fine example of going above and beyond Call of Duty. I'm sure it's in more of the exploits you will die. Wait till Sultana hears about this. Her Grace will not be the only one to welcome news. On behalf of the Grand Company of Rosia and allies, let me express the most heartfelt thanks. You can now dye job-specific gear for level 90 healers. Alright, so we got 3 more. I feel like I should just go ahead and do the Doman one since I just did the Alamegan one. Physical range. Alright. The Doman delegate is seeking an able-bodied adventurer on behalf of Lord Hian. My see me, Lady Theresa. Oh, thank the Kami. Lord Hian is requesting assistance in the resolution of much of the matter. The hunt for a failed beast believed to be a blasphemy. Though we have made great strides in ensuring the safety of our people, we fear that even our finest shinobi will no match for this enemy, for it commands the skies of Doma. As you have a talent for striking down foes at a distance is beyond compare. All I can think about is no one better to aid us in the overcoming this adversity. Well, if no other marksman is up to the task, I can shoot it out of the sky, sure. Oh, Kami, be praised. I'll inform Lady Yugiri that she may receive you all at the Doman Enclave. Safe travels. I feel like I should do that one and then leave this one. Or at least do half of the Doman one. And then leave, leave Limsa and Ishgard for next week. Plus whatever quest follows everything up. Because the odds are there's a quest that's going to follow everything up. Good times. It's good to see you, Theresa. When we receive word that all your people answer, you have all people answer colleagues says to believe it, yet here you are. Lord Heenan will be pleased for this reunion if you were to wait here for a moment. Well, well, that the kami should guide you to my steps of the door once more, and with such a fortuitous timing. Pray forgive me for not affording you a hero's welcome, but time's not on our side. No longer after receiving word from the men transforming into hideous beasts in Thavnir, a similar creature was born of a woman in Isari. After attacking another villager, it took the skies and fled, though to where we don't not. And all too cruel twist of fate, for the one slain among the prisoners returned to us in a deplorable exchange for Asahi and the Empire, just as they just when they had at last begun to piece their life back together. The blasphemy must be stopped. Alas, our foe is wont to keep us disguised and beyond the reach of a samurai and shinobi. Thus, we seek the proficient in ranged combat to be able to pluck the beast from our sky. Of course, martial prowess will not be alone to solve our problems. Others have turned to weaker, but no less gruesome abominations. As it was the case in Thavnir, their numbers increased by the day. From what I understand, the phenomenon is unlike the sickness which spreads by feeding it fear and anxiety. Motions which, of late, can be found in abundance. Slaying these beasts means nothing if the people's hearts cannot be put at ease. Lord Hian! You have to help the villagers! They... Sir, please, calm yourself and tell us what happened. Another has been turned in Namai, my lord. For blessing, no one was harmed, but the beast flew into a rage. But the people are in a panic. I fear what may happen next. He's supposed to be half, Alamegan or Highlander / half, Garlean. So it's less of a race, which Garlean is kind of a race. Because they don't have the ability to use magic. Which is kind of a reason why he couldn't do Conjure, probably. Huh. It seems that we have even less time than we thought. Worry not, we'll see through the beast. As of yet, there's no cure for the affliction, but we'll save what lives we can, I promise you. I trust you're ready to join the fray. I don't think so. Though it might be Ehrenwald is half Roganin, half here, maybe? I'm not sure. But I don't know if any real half and halves. Halfu. The beast was right here, I swear it. I thank you for leading us here, but it's not safe. Please return to your village. Well, let's just split up and see if we have a chance to find it. The racer, would you see west? You would search north, and I'll leave these to you. If you remember, blasting no longer people, kill them. Ehrenwald is just a Highlander. Okay. Well, no, he said it was half a race, so it must be like he's just like Garlean and Alamegan. Wait, no, that's... I was like, that's a fate. Cool. Oh, yeah. Whoops, I forgot to change that. Also, I have yet to see this. Hold on. Yep, okay, I fired my chainsaws. Alamegan and Garlean, okay. I need to go back to mixed. Damn it! Okay, let's do Hefferbon, how none. Are you alright? We heard shouting and came as fast as we could. It appeared that the racer has arrived not a moment too soon. This little boy. Why? Why did you kill my brother? Oh. Oh no. Your brother? Young man, that creature was not your kin, not anymore. Had she not laid it to rest, it would have killed you and countless others. But if your heart cries out to one to blame, let it be me. The beast was slain at my behest, for it was the only way. No, no, you're wrong. You killed him, murdered him. I hate you. Oh no. Oh, it's that guy. Issei, what are you doing here? Searching for Tonbo. I thought though you clearly found him first. The monster was his older brother, as you may have guessed. Tonbo gave chase the moment he ran off. I beg you forgive him for his outburst. His brother was all he had left. His father was conscripted by the Empire and was, regrettably, not among those who returned to us in the recent exchange of prisoners. The hope that might one day be reunited with their only comfort when that Viceroy still ruled. I can only imagine how they felt when they walked into Isari, a shadow of her former self. Tsuyu may have no memories of the monster, monster she was, but her victims still see her in their dreams. Nevertheless, like many, the brothers prayed your mercy would see their family restored. But they had learned of her death and their father's absence, deprived of hope and hate all at once. They had nothing. My apologies for rambling. No, it was a rather delightful tale. I spared the woman who brought him pain and took the brother who brought him comfort. I would hate me too. I swear I will set things right for Tonbo. For all the people of Doma. Please, return home, Issei, and be safe. Let us return to the Doman Enclave. This ordeal has given me much to consider. I owe you great debt for your timely assistance. With an apology, I made an executioner in young Tonbo's eyes. Would that be one witness cut down the beast his brother had become? But we haven't tried to drill on the regrets in what it's been. No, we just need to take action after hit Tonbo and his brother. I believe we know what must be done. A great many of our brothers and sisters were returned to us in prisoner exchange, but even so, there is those who yet remain lost to us. Meanwhile, Yatsuyu, who is directly responsible for our people's suffering, was never held to account for her crimes. In death, she claimed vengeance for her suffering at the hands of her brother, but it came at the expense of justice for her countless victims. The people of Doma have every right to resent me for failing them in their grief, but what of those who cannot bring themselves to do even that, who are left alone with their anger and their pain? Maybe give way to despair then. They would share the same fate as Tombo's brothers, yes. Which is why we must consider who else might share in their anguish, and ere we find ourselves beset by more beasts. I'll begin making rounds in the village to require those who have the neighbors who are most distressed as of late. Very good, and I and the other shinobi shall continue our search for the blasphemy which set the events in motion. As for you, my friend, we will have need of your talents again ere long. Rest assured that I will keep you apprised of the findings. Teresa, we had to ascertain the whereabouts of the blasphemy from Isari. But for a blessing we received, no reports that others have turned. Lord Heian, for his part, has made concentrated effort to go about the villages and converse with its subject directly. I suspect his constant presence has served to allay the people's fears. And one might expect he has decided ever been dedicated and diligent, but I fear he might be overdoing it. That's true. That's all he did. Like, he got cucked out of, like, being the main villain. I thought I might go and visit what might have been his last destination. Is sorry, am I accompanying me? What's a bants? Bants are like fucking like shitting on a person, but like in a playful way. Like saying Dev is fat. We all know Dev is fat, but we knew that he got cucked by a bird girl. Yeah, he did. Thank you. I'm sure there's no cause for concern, but nevertheless, I should be glad to find him quickly. Wait, where am I going? Oh, the fucking Ruby Sea. No, he won't. How is he gonna get back? He's super dead. We beat each other almost to an inch of our deaths. He came one last time, and if he comes back, damn it. Well, true, but like, he cut his own damn throat and survived via, like, being a weird spirit and then inhabiting another body. What body is there to inhabit in, like, the weird void area that is, Ultima Thule? Larissa, Yugiri, my apology if I gave you cause for concern, assuming the state of affairs here in Isari has proven difficult. To put it simply, the people, one and all, refuse to speak with me. They simply bow their heads, and then turn away as my approach. Knowing the blasphemy originated here, I came by help of one if all that has to do with their silence. Perhaps you could attempt to engage with the people in my stead? Surely I have no cause to deny the two of you. I should hope not. Nonetheless, I'll don the disguise, lest I draw undue attention. Come, Theresa, let's see what we can discover. Think to both of you. What could be troubling the villagers? Is it because, like, we didn't kill the Dami mommy right away? Burly villager. Okay, and then the... No, I don't want that. I want this. I owe you a great debt to Lord here, and if not for him, I'd still be fighting under the Imperial standard. But the village suffered dearly under the occupation. What's more, our Lord has failed to punish the Viceroy for her crimes, and failed to reunite many with their loved ones. I don't understand why someone would think poorly. I understand why someone would think poorly of him, even if I do not. A blasphemy? You're mistaken, my friend. Our village was visited not by a monster, but by a kami, Izanami. Where Lord Hien is cold and callous, she offers us boundless compassion and love. You're a crazy man. Ah, here we go. Aye, that's right. The blasphemy was born of a young woman here in Isari. Tragic, really. Every day she would pray to the safe return of her husband, but it was not meant to be. If I'll be honest, I fear the loss drove her poor stepmother mad. Kisai had ever been devout believer in the kami and their blessing, but she somehow convinced herself that Minato had become one. The delusion of grieving parent, obviously, but an alarming number of people have come to share and believe. Heresy is what it is. Oh, are they gonna... Oh no, we're gonna worship the blasphemies. I see, little wonder why they refuse to confide in me. Their belief is held by this blasphemy as a kami, however, is quite concerning. Izanami presides over life and death. She gave birth to the nation of Doma and usher in the souls of the departed onto the land of the dead. I trust you to understand what this would mean to deny them a source of hope in such dark times, even one such as this. The villagers also claim that Kisei can speak with the dead. In fact, she would be holding a gathering demonstrating her powers out ere long. Perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of the fanaticism. Not for me, of course. My presence would draw undue attention. Both of you can attend. The followers will be gathering in the tavern. Come on. Do. Sure a peepee, sure a peepee, sure. O spirits of Isari, I beseech you, lend me your voice, and you let your presence be known. Cross the veil and be among us once more. Akitsu. Father? Still tending the nest like I taught you? Yes, Father, every day. Thanks to you, we'll never want fish. Our bellies are never empty. I am proud to be a son. I was always too embarrassed to tell you before, but... And I am proud to have been your father. May you ever be blessed by the sea's bounty. It hurts. Father, what's wrong? He is in terrible pain, my child. Those who have cheated death's design yet live. It has disrupted the natural order, and the spirits suffer for it. What must we do to ease their pain? You're a fucking con artist! Fear not, Izanami shall put all to rights. She will claim the souls not long for this world and deliver them unto the hereafter. When her work is finished, your father's spirit and all the others will find peace. It's fine. Can you find my father? Can you help me speak with him? Kisei, can you communicate with my husband? What about my family? Help me, Kisei. Please.
Zaba, James is dead. He died in a place where emotion decides what is true.
Well, Zenmus is a Kingdom Hearts character. Zenos? It would be really weird that he would survive. I feel like that is his, like, last moment. We both kind of beat each other to near death. So unless somebody takes care of him, sure, but like, his story is at an end. It would be really stupid to bring him back again. So, is Kisei's ability all that she claims? Yeah, I know. A young man spoke with his dearly departed father through her. I find that rather hard to believe. Even so, these intendants appear quite convinced, my lord. As I suspect, a great many of the villagers I've spoken with recently are as well. Everywhere I went, the people were in so much pain, there was nothing I could do or say to give them solace. Yet for all the anguish, there has not been a single report of villagers turning since the incident with Tombo's brother. Which can only mean that the Kisei and her ability to speak with the deceased has spread. The belief we can communicate with our loved ones in death is a comfort far beyond in my power to provide. Though I fail to see how the people would be able to abide the kami claiming innocent lives to restore order. She comes! Izanami! Blasphemy here? Can I shoot it? I want to shoot it. I want to shoot it right now. Let me shoot it. Lord Ian, the kami! She appeared as if from there. In the next instant, this poor man was... We were too late. Wasn't he one of the villagers returned in the prisoner exchange? You recognize him then? Curious that he and the blasphemy's first victim were former conscripts. What could the fiend be after, I'm wondering. What do you think? It does not become my lord to speak ill of the kami. I understand you come to investigate the rumors of a monster born in a village, a blasphemy as you call it, but you are sorely mistaken. My stepdaughter, Minato, was chosen to serve as a vessel for Izanami. I witnessed her ascension with my own eyes. Damn it! Fucking headaches. Minato, please! Can't, I won't. There's no logic in it. No justice. The witch Adoma spared, given a second chance, and my husband condemned to die as a conscript. I never knew what became of him. Lord Heian can't even give me that. And when I look at the families he made whole, at their happiness, I feel the hole in my heart, the gaping wound that will never heal, begin to bleed. Only at my beloved's beside will I find peace. You're not gonna find peace, period. You mustn't lose faith, Minato. All will be well. Trust in the kami, in Izanami. Sometime by the end of Endwalker, my understanding. I want to believe, but I assume that, like, we'll see them, like, what they'll look like, at least in a couple weeks. Okay, so she just becomes one of those fucking things. Nah, she's the blasphemy. How dare you ruin our faith? Oh yeah, my faith is based on fuck. Izanami has come to bring peace to the souls of the departed, to restore balance with the world in Nara. Surely you would not dare defy the will of the kami. This balance you speak of has claimed the lives of two innocents but recently returned to us. I will not accept that the kami would condone such cruelty. No crueler than the sight of Yatsuyu, free and forgiven, while my husband and son fought for Golem's wars, now dead and forgotten in a foreign land. With all due respect, Lord Heian, is it not your duty to protect Doma and their people? How are we to place our faith in man who places the enemy's safety and well-being above that of his own subjects? Only the kami are deserving of our adoration, as they've always been. Fanatical. The villagers are no doubt loath to ask for me, but preparation must be made for the burials and funeral rites. I can offer that much at least. You seem distracted during a conversation with Kisei. Is there something the matter? Yeah, I saw her into her past when she turned into a blasphemy. I ain't no fucking commie, Jesus Christ. The echo and the blasphemy was indeed born from her stepdaughter. Bear witness to such a horror, how her mind must have struggled to comprehend what she saw. And as a woman of faith, perhaps her only surviving family become one with the divine was the only reality with which she can come to terms. I believe I know what must be done. I pray her fervor does not drive her to oppose us. Come, let us return to the Enclave. Yes, Hellsguard Roganen. Wait, no, Seawolf. It's Seawolf. Hold on. It's Seawolf because I have the Welsh name. There. Class, race, gender. Or race, clan, gender. Right underneath that. Hellsguard are, well, there's a couple of differences. But, like, the biggest thing was they have the weird names of, like, hoary boulder or adjective, noun. So, like, they're instead of, like, the weird Welsh names. Like, Leathery Daddy, yes, Leathery Daddy. Yeah, no, it's... There's a difference. Like, the skin color does change for race, but, like, there's a lot of different skin color options. From showing me vision, the nature of Minato's despair as well as the focus of her ire is clear. Displaying she was a good-natured and kind-hearted woman grieving for the loss of her husband. This loss alone may not be enough to turn her, but my failure to hold Yatsuyu accounted, to account, together with the sight of other families reunited, compounded the turmoil in a broken heart. A path to despair paved by my good intentions, a truth that would weigh heavy on my conscience until my dying day. Minato was prepared to die sadness rather than he'd live in hatred. She could see the beast that she'd become and would implore us to stop her, which is why we must find the others and return to us in prisoner exchange before they come to harm. Once their safety is assured, we may hunt down the blasphemy and bring close to this tragedy. Then Hien rocks away because we always have to deal with Yugiri. Ah, Theresa, if you come to ask about blasphemy, I'll not share. As of yet, a shinobi has no sight of the beast. The returnees, however, are all accounted for, and Lord Hien has seen safety in the Kaikan. He is presently assisting with the hunt. For a blessing, there might be no reports of other villagers turning, and yet, before the situation take a turn for the worse, there is a matter I feel warrants further investigation. Kisei. Though the village of Asari, I suspect she might hail from my home, Sui no Sato. Knowing that you would love to answer my inquiries, I entreated the Kojin to contact Sui no Sato, and I said, to hear a tale of it, Princess Kurenai has made great strides in establishing stronger ties with the outside world. As mentioned, at mention of Kisei, however, the cordial warmth turned strangely cold. If we were to learn more, we must have little choice but to go and speak with the people of Sui no Sato ourselves. A simple visit for you, I imagine, but my banishment complicates matters. They said that many years since I left home, where to disguise myself, I might go unnoticed in your company, if you're willing to take the risk. Thank you, let us make for Onokoro then. Onokoro's this one, okay. But yeah, like, okay, that Rogaden female that you saw in that one cutscene in the palace in Alamigo, that one that was right there, pretty sure that's a Hell's Guard as well. And though she had lighter skin. Hey, isn't that the outfit that you wore when you first came to us? Yes. Okay. The government said, well, when we first met, it's sufficient, I think, to conceal my identity. How many years has it been since I last saw home? I am Shinobi Adoma, but even as a child I sought to ensure the safety and survival of the Sui no Sato. I was quite bold in those days, if not touch reckless, and together with the other children I often ventured beyond the borders of our home. We yearned for adventure, and so one day we sought to behold the wonders of Doma. Imagine our horror to discover a city of ruin and ash, imperial soldiers marching through the streets. We fled at sight, but in my haste I lost my way in the bamboo groves. It was there I first met a young boy named Shun. Sweaty mess as he swung his wooden sword with reckless abandon, training to fulfill his duty as a samurai, he said. Having seen the destruction of which the Empire was capable, I too felt the need to protect my home. I joined him in his exercises every day. My resolve to protect those I love grew. Sadly, my elders refused to listen. They were content to remain hidden beneath the waves, and hopefully the Empire's notice. With heavy heart, I left in search of the strength I believe we sorely needed, and I found it as a shinobi. But the people who feared war and conflict would follow on my heels should I return. I do not begrudge the decision, nor to regret my own. Part of me is overjoyed at the thought of seeing home again, openly defying the wishes of the Ruby Princess. However, it would bode ill for my family. They have suffered enough for my transgressions. This is why, for their sake, I remain not but a faceless shinobi in your employ. Thank you. With that in mind, let's make it for Sui no Sato. Oh, okay, we're just going. All these years, the knot appears to have changed since the day I left, but now there's no time to reminisce. We must work to do. Kisei's departure for Sui no Sato was likely decades ago. Perhaps the village elders will know why she chose to leave. Yugiri is now following you because every single one of these quests have to have one of these. Kisei, the name sounds familiar, and yet, apologies, my friend, my memory is not what it was once. Let us continue, let's seek out another. Any over here? Oh, yep, cheerful elder. Maya has been quite some time since last heard of the name. She was a priestess of the village, but vanished before drawings. Vanished after drawing the eye of the former Ruby Princess. What have become of her after all these years, I wonder? Please, is there anything else you can tell us? Unagi was quite closer with her, if memory serves. Perhaps you should seek her out? Mother, I hope to avoid my parents, but there's no other way. Thrace and Maya asked you to take the lead. It's like fucking big-ass coincidences. It's good to see you again. To what do we owe you the honor of your visit? Kisei. Yeah, we were close, but that was a long, long time ago. But still, if I can be assistance to the woman who we owe so much, I will share all I know. Kisei, born to a family of priests, and even at an early age, she was possessed of extraordinary abilities. Much was expected of her, but everything changed the day she said she could speak with the dead. No one believed her at first, but she continued to insist she could, and have strove to prove it by demonstrating knowledge well beyond her years, knowledge of events which she could not have been privy. Words of her talents eventually reached the Ruby Princess, and she was summoned to Shisui of the Violent Tides for a private audience. No one knows what Kisei said to her in the palace, only that the princess was incandescent with rage and ordered her exile forthwith. Some believe Kisei revealed a terrible secret of the royal house, or perhaps spoke of blatant falsehood that proved her a liar. Indeed, the knowledge that she claimed divine from the dead was not always truthful. But who's to say the dead would know of the truth or not seek to deceive? Thus, we could never be certain if it's simply a fantasy or a power divine. The one thing is certain that no small number of people found comfort in her words. Would it be I could tell you more, but sadly I have not seen or spoken with Kisei since her banishment. Forgive me, but have we met your companion before? She looks familiar. I imagine she does, considering she's... Yeah. You could not possibly know me. I am but a lowly shinobi of Doma, nothing more. Being a shinobi, I presume you've heard the tale of Yugiri Mistwalker? Should you chance to meet her, may I ask you to deliver her a message? Tell her that mother and father love her, and that we could be no more proud of her. Or not be more proud of her. I will. I have no doubt she feels the same, and not days goes by without you in her thoughts. I believe we have enough. Shall we return to Onokoro? You know, you could have been better about it if you hid your tail, because I'm pretty sure that not hiding your tail is kind of part of the issue. Under the sea. My apology for placing you in such a peculiar situation. Though I must confess, it did my heart good to see Mother and Father well. All the more reason I must do all I can for peace, as Shinobi Adoma. No, as a member of the Eastern Alliance. Mayhap there will become a day when Sui no Sato opens to the world, a day when Yugiri Mistwalking and be reunited with her mother and father. Would that Lord Heian could be afforded the same opportunity. But Lord Keian and Lord Mina have long since passed. Two of many lives lost in the imperial occupation. I cannot imagine he would ever succumb to despair, but make no mistake, Lord Heian knows that the pain of the people all too well. I can see it in his eyes, and if I may be honest, it troubles me at times. But perhaps I said too much. Come, we mustn't keep him waiting. Boom, 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 boom. It hit 1 a.m. But I feel like I want to finish this out so I can just have 2 next week. Because not this next Friday, but the Friday after that, there is a yeah, we're going to go a little bit longer just to finish this out. But, like, I want to have all of these done before the week after now. Before 2 weeks from now. Because 2 weeks from now is the live letter, which is, like, the next 10 years of, like, Final Fantasy XIV. So, I kind of want to have these out of the way, because there might be something about that. Who knows? If he's telling us, like, where our adventurers where we might be going in the next 10 years... then it might be imperative to follow up on all these little storylines. Especially since I don't think they're going to be talking about 6.1. But they'll definitely be talking about Hildebrand. I have a feeling. But yeah, welcome back to Tracing Dome, the Lightning One. We learned a lot. but I need to, after this quest, go use the bathroom and get more something to drink. So she does, in fact, help from Sui no Sato, and he says she possessed the divine gift since childhood. During no, people believe her and more flock to her side with every passing day. But returnees are safe in the Kian Khan. Their defense is bolstered. For the blasphemy, I have spoken with our Confederate allies, among the others. Together, we established a network of contracts across the length and breadth of Doma to take in search of Ernest. Mark my words, we will find it. Yeah, I need to go... There's a chance they did say that Hildebrand is coming back for, like, the 6.1 series. So, like... You know, maybe before they showcase him coming back, they show him as a racer in Chocobo GP, because I want to be right. 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 But first, I need to go pee and give me some more to drink. I'll be right back. Oh god, I'm too close. Why am I too close? I hit the wrong button, that's right. Hit the wrong screen transition. More drink. More drink. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I want to check something before I do anything else. Do 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 do. Now she's still going. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, let's talk to Yugiri again. You arrived not a moment too soon. The blasphemy has been sighted on the coast, and for mercy, there's no reports of casualties as of yet. Just the woman I was hoping to see. No sooner as to cast a wide net than a Confederate messenger was at our door. If you join us, Rasho awaits us at Onokoro. Ba da 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 da. Okay. What do you want, Rush Show? Now, that noble Lord of Doma should come in person once again. Mayhap the blasphemies truly are a threat. Indeed they are, and I was told you and yours sighted a quarry quite recently. Aye, that we did, near the islands of Shoal Rock. The beasts appear to be docile by all accounts, but appearances can be deceiving. Is this, if it, as you say, the blasphemy has eyes for only former conscripts, then we have not to fear. I trust those we accepted in our care are still in yours at Kan Khan, enjoying the finest Doman hospitality. Anyway, I know not why it came to the Ruby Sea, nor why it remains idle, but if we act quickly, there's a chance we could take it unawares. I propose to provide a force and willing to go ashore. We'll take a ship and circle the islands. First to find it, we'll have the honor of the kill. Simple enough plan. Shall we be off to Shoal Rock then? This feels odd. Like, the last couple ones, it's been like, deal with other things, deal with other things. This one is too strong. Let's see, the first one was too strong. And so we had to do a lot of preparation for it, for the tank one. The second one, we just kind of did not know where it was. And then we started dealing with other things. And now it's like, here we are, like 4 quests in. The blasphemy's somewhere around here. It'll all be over soon. I mean, I feel like I'm not going to shoot it. I'm not going to kill it. Okay, there it is. Hello. Yeah. Such speed. I doubt even my falcons could keep pace with it. Ah, don't tell me the blasphemy's flying off into the distance. I hope this will bore me in life. Might compel me the beast to stay and fight. Perhaps less than Minato remained than I thought. Minato? That monstrosity was Minato? You knew her? Her family tried to flee Hinagashi during the occupation, but the ship was raided and sunk. Or Hinagashi. When it happened upon the records, she was huddled between her parents for a piece of flotsam, desperately keeping warm. They had long since gone cold. We took her on Okoro when we nursed her back to health. Couldn't imagine what horrors she must have witnessed. The mere sight of our weapons was enough to make her start screaming. She was clearly unfit for our trade, so we sought a village that might take her in. Isari was that village. Several months later, I had a chance to meet her on this very beach. She was in the company of a young Ari fisherman. I knew at once that she found more than a home there. I saw them here many a time. She found something comforting about this place, I think. According to reports of Raza Hun, the memories and desires of those who turn can influence their behavior as blasphemies. Then perhaps Minato's memories were compelled her beast to come here? Not as another race or gender. If there's a mod for that, I don't know. There's some sites that allow you to kind of see what it might look like. I think the big one that's in Japanese. Let me look it up. Where is it? Let me double check how this is set up. No, I don't think it shows everything. I mean, the closest is... hold on. Let me get back to this. Yeah, the closest is this, which always gives, like, here's these sets, which, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm saying this with full thing. The transmog system in WoW is so much better than the one that's in Final Fantasy XIV. Because it already has an in-game system to allow you to preview, like, gear sets, what they look like, what they would look like on your character, and stuff like that. And, like, it's better than having what this game has, which feels, like, so limited in space. Like, there's a lot of different designs, sure enough, but, like, WoW systems always feels like the transmog system in WoW was, like, so much better. I kind of wish that 14 would adopt something like that. Minata was never one for violence, and the sight of you, blade drawn, she knows doubt stirred what little woman remains in that monster. But yeah. If that's the case, an assault on a Kayakan is unlikely, guarded as is by samurai. But how are we going to find an enemy so quick to flee in the first sight of danger? Robbed of her parents, her husband, and now her life. I'd rather not have to do it all. But I understand full well the risk we do by doing nothing. If we catch sight of blasphemy again, you'll be the first to know. Perhaps this time we'll put our soul to rest. Well, that was a wash. Not to do that, but bide our time. Come, let's return to the Enclave. Wow, that was a short one. That was... I think that's the shortest one it's ever been. Even for everything else that we did. Given what we learn, it seems likely the blasphemy will return to Shoal Rock, but knowledge will avail us not if we cannot prevent it from escaping again. Oh god. What now? Lord Hian, on behalf of the people of the Asari, we come with a request. We welcome you with open arms and open hearts. What is it you ask of me? To those returned to us and the privileged saints have been granted shelter at the Kankan. That they live is an affront to the Kami's grand design, and the spirits of our loved ones suffer for it. Balance must be restored, and so I beseech you to render upon them the goddess Izanami. You're a crazy person. Absolutely not. It's not a place to pray in the death of one another, not to draw steel to sate the mere bloodlust. When I take a life, it be a command by command of my own hand. I do not do so in service to revenge, but to uphold my duty to Doma and her people. How did your mercy of Yatsuyu serve your duty? How were your people made better by the sight of her walking free? For her crimes and her cruelty, I cut her down the day we took Doman Castle. I sought to kill her, and by the rights, she should have died then and there. But the Kami willed otherwise, and returned her to his life, bereft of her memories. With no recollection of her deeds, it would have been Tsuyu who have faced punishment, not Yatsuyu. This was my judgment, and for it, you were denied the justice you deserve, and you have every right to resent me. But you would come before me and ask that I sacrifice men and women whose only crime was to suffer, to be condemned to a life of servitude? If you only believe your cause to be sacrosanct, whatever. Believe yourself to be fit to bear the burden, swing the sword, then step forward. Watch as a little kid does it. Sophisticated lies, they're meant to die. The spirits demand it. Are those the words of the dead or the living who you yet mourn? Yo! Oh shit! He's back! Gosetsu! Words of the Asari priestess and the gifts have spread far and wide, and I thought I see the truth of it myself. By coincidence, I crossed paths with a traveler hailing from the same self-village, who had in mind to return as well, but alas, could not. So he bade me deliver a missive in his stead. Judging by his striking resemblance, I take you're the young fisher Akitsu? This is a letter from my father. He was severely wounded in battle, but expects to make a full recovery. He's alive, but that would mean... It's a sham! Surely a woman of your talents can divine a plausible explanation for this turn of events. You shall pay for this contumely. Pay for this contumely? My daughter will make certain of that. I guess she was a sham. Well, I'm sorry. Okay. Apology for the abrupt and otherwise unannounced arrival. As you can see, my Lord Hien, I am returned. Well, glad I am for it. Thanks to your timely arrival, we've given the lie to Kisei's claims of preternatural powers. I gather you're apprised of the recent events? It did not take long to learn the state of affairs here in Doma, and that my assistance may be required. I have heard tales of the Kisei channeling the dead, including the father of one young fisherman. Imagine my surprise when I saw the spirit in the flesh. It was also on a pilgrimage, paying respect to those departed, and we chanced to meet in the Liberation Front infirmary. Would that not be brought back together into such circumstances, but I'm glad to see you all hale and hearty. Wait, it's still continuing? Here I'm sitting back and saying that this quest was the shortest one, and then, like, this cutscene happens. Tonbo, is something the matter? I wish to apologize, Lord Hien. It was wrong of me to say such things I said. I understand nothing can bring back my father, but I was so angry, Please, Tonbo, you needn't apologize. It's just, my brother was always so brave, but father's death was much more than he could bear, and it turned him into that monster. If he wasn't brave enough, what chance do I have? We want to perform the rites for father, but the body was never returned to us, so... not that I blame you for that, Lord Hien. I understand nothing could be done. Okay, bye. That Kitsu's father survived. It's nothing short of a miracle, but I fear he's indeed a rare exception. I offer prayers for more graves than I could count. I could be cruel to give others the false hope that their loved ones might return. Yet Kisei continues to do just that, offering comfort with her lies. Attempting to bring a funeral balm for the wounds that have yet to heal, much like the anger some harbor for you, or resentment for the families restored while theirs remain broken. But like those poor boys' hearts lacked for hatred, who knows only sadness and despair. Aye, there's too many turn. Exposing truth with key-sized deception hasn't helped matters. As we prevent more suffering, must pursue a lasting solution. I would be most grateful for your counsel, Gosetsu. There's much I can learn from your pilgrimage. If there's aught you require, just but say the word and it shall be done. It is the least I can do for your part I played in Yotsuyu's tragedy. I failed her in the end, but I'll not fail you, my lord. Thank you again for your aid, Thrace. Today's events have given me much more to consider. When our next step is decided, you'll be first to know. Pan upwards. Alright, the 89. 2 more. Incredibly, there's no sign of the blasphemy since the first encounter of Soul Rock. As Tensui surmised, it fears confrontation. We, for our part, have tried to make good use of this intervening calm. Even now, Lord Heian and Gosetsu discuss how we might prevent other villagers from turning. If you wait here for a moment, he will no doubt wish to hear your thoughts on the matter. Theresa, so glad you could come. As Yukira knows how to explain, the blasphemy continues to elude us, and so we've turned our attention to other matters we can and should address. After a long discussion and much deliberation, we believe we found a means to allay the growing malaise in our people. If you would, Gosetsu? The idea came from us considering Yontomo's remarks about his father, whose body was never found and returned to Doma. Others no doubt share his melancholy under the bury and mourn their loved ones as their right. Put simply, they cannot make peace with their loss. Their anguish I left linger and consume them as well. So we're just going to hold a giant ceremony to honor those lost, right? We're just going to do the same thing again, right? As we did in Alamigo, maybe? That we might provide the people done with common closure, we hold a national funeral at Swallow's Compass. Of those who chose to attend will be asked to present personal effects of the deceased they wish to enshrine there. Spirits reside in all things, be they living or inanimate, and though we may die, part of us lives on in the items we cherish most in life. Therefore, in the lieu of remains, those belongings be afforded a place in the royal mausoleum, that the spirits of those lost to us might find their way home to Doma and at last know peace. The announcement has already been made, and a great many people are now engaged in the difficult task of deciding which keepsake serves as their offering. It's not a decision made lightly, but I suspect they would have to make up for their minds by the time we go to collect their chosen tokens. I hope that we will learn more about each party from their willing to speak with me for their benefit and theirs. To break free of their sorrow, they must seek joy in the memories and love they share with the departed, and I will help them find it. Might be the Liberator Doma be willing to favor the people who are present as well. I'd no doubt they will appreciate the gesture. Good, Yugiri. I leave the rest to I leave the people is sorry to you. Gosetsu, mind if I ask you to? Apology, my lord, but it is a small but most urgent matter I must attend to first. Very well, I shall not pry. Now then, Theresa, let's go and pay a visit to the good people in Namai. Damn. Namai. Yangsha. Right then, before we begin, I will remind you that you only need to listen to tales of the loved ones. And as an overseer of the ceremony, I see it as my duty to deliver their effects personally. Because of this, it's of utmost importance that we keep clear of any beasts that might damage our cargo. It goes without saying that it's important that the offerings are delivered in pristine condition or it will be no good to you in a fight while heavily encumbered. If stealth or flight are not an option, I might ask you to fight for both of us. But we need to worry about an occasion arise. Let us be off. He is now accompanying you. My husband, my dear sweet Maroya, never returned for Golemall, but perhaps now his soul might know peace. Please take this painting brush to the Swallow's compass. I shall handle it with the utmost care. Might we trouble you to tell us more about your husband? Oh, God. Meroya was a kind and gentle soul. There was nothing more than in the world they loved to create. Their breast never left his side. Not even when he tended to the fields. Any spare moment was dedicated to his craft, and he produced the most wonderful vistas in Yangxia. It was a dream to take us to Kugane, where he would become a famous artist until he was conscripted. In the early days, he would send drawings of the places that took him, though I know not how. But most of the more time began to pass between each arrival, and then they stopped coming altogether. I know not what far-flung land he died, but I pray that it is as beautiful as his works. Sounds like quite a man, to hold fast to his art even when forced to endure such hardship. His soul will find peace, of that I have no doubt. Grieving Elder. Oh, each one of these is a cutscene. Let's thank you again, Lord Him, for this honor. My son would have been overjoyed to know his katana would be enshrined at the Swallow's compass. Nay, the honest mine, I'm sure your son was a fine warrior. Aye, and so I was once upon a time, samurai as it happened, in service to your father when the Empire first invaded our lands. Though we were defeated, our spirit broken. My son Motosue was never one to lose hope. It was determined to follow my footsteps. He gave everything in honor, in everything to honing his skill with the blade. When I watched him train, I felt pride. I thought I've forsaken swell in my breast. And I knew to restore our family to its former glory. Alas, I really like. Yeah, they kind of do. I mean, it's the ponytail look. I'm pretty sure that's kind of how a lot of them are depicted back then. Then again, samurai are not as... I think samurai in general are not as actually practical as like the samurai in like media. They were kind of like warlords or something, or like they barely... Some of them were like not even good at fighting. Like there was something like they're not as cool as you like to think they are. He could have fled, perhaps started life as a vagabond destroyed, but he bore the burden and fought for Golemall, the fear of what the Imperials might do if he had not. To plain he loved his son and warrior true, I will care for his blade as if it was my own, and see it given the honor and respect due of Samurai of Doma. Alright, have a good night, Sean. Thank you for stopping by. Maybe up here? No. Seems to be further down. Ah. Oh, it's Tonbo. I realize it's quite large, but I want to offer on behalf of my brother and my father, Suzushiro. If you're willing, I'd very much like to hear more about them both. My father, he was a carpenter. He was a good man, if disturbed and always thinking about his work. The only time he ever seemed to enjoy himself was when he had a cup of sake in his hand. My brother came of age, he took up the trade as well. I thought it brought them closer. I liked to see him laugh over a drink together or listening to the silence of the crickets singing under the moonlight. I wanted to join them one day when this was their favorite sake. I thought they might miss it. I'm sure it all tastes sweeter having come from you. I realize no one can ever replace your brother or your father, but if you will allow, I would be honored to share strengths with you in their stead when you are of age, of course. Only when you're of age. It should be everything. Will you join me for a short reprieve before our journey back? I mean, I doubt we'll have to go all the way to Swallow's Compass, because that's actually a pretty good distance away. He put brave faces, but people in Namai is still racked with the grief. It's the same in every village I have visited in recent days, but it's only now that I'm struck by the contradictory nature of my goals. Having joined the Eastern Alliance and taken steps to revitalize the Enclave, I believe Doma was at last on the path to peace and prosperity. I still do, yet by focusing so keenly on the future, I neglected on the past that yet haunts my people. Even if I do not give in to despair and become beasts that plague our lands, the poor Tomba's brother, how are you to truly move forward if we're consistently looking back? Is there not someone who, for himself, still grieve? You not still grieve for your father? Me? All things considered, I suppose. It was only a matter of time before the subject was broached. Ha! She cuts to the heart of the matter, and young lord, for the best, I should think he cannot lead an example if he's not yet made peace with his own past. 1,000 apologies, my lord. I was passing through, tending to the matters which I spoke of earlier, when I chanced upon hear familiar voices in the distance. It may be so bold, the people of Doma, one and all, understand the source of your pain. To lose your father in the turmoil of a failed rebellion, his staggering duty to the throne thrust upon you. Aye, how could you even begin to mourn when first you had the lead? It'll behoove you to take part in funeral rites, my lord. Take this time to make peace with your past, while it's still yours to spend. Though unlikely, if not impossible, were you to become a monster as well, Doma will surely be lost. And I thank you for your counsel, Gosetsu, but if I may, why is it that you keep your blade at your ready? I thought this personal matter of yours may not be a trifle, or am I mistaken? Well, I find the katana a superior tool for peeling Persimians. Speaking of which, I do believe my stomach begs for sustenance, if you excuse me. Training to help slay the blasphemy, no doubt. Fitting that he should offer me counsel, yet refuse to heed it in kind. He is not the warrior he once was, but he is wise, our obstinate friend. If I'm to be perfectly honest, it frightened me to recall it, the moment all came crashing down. We taken Doma Castle, Viceroy Victor Rizar, but we looked out and saw the banners of the 12th... that the 13th Legion? 12th Legion? Marching towards us, the crown prince at the foray. No sooner did Gosetsu and I escaped and received word that Xenos had slain my father. I remember how the fight went out of Gosetsu. The instant he wept for our lord, while I felt the weight of my profound duty bear upon my shoulders, crushing, suffocating, the heat of my own breath, the chill of my clammy palms. But duty demanded I master my emotions. When all of those around me, Gosetsu included, were consumed by the anger and thirst for vengeance, I had to be in control. Under my orders, we were dispersed and fled to fight another day. Yeah. To this day, I have not stopped to reflect on my father's death. How could I be devoted as I am to finding Doma's way forward? But now I must, and so, having taken you into my confidence, would you see this through to me to journey's end? The keepsake I'd offer up at the funeral is hidden away in a place not easy to reach. We have to fly there, I'm afraid, but worry not, my yawl will ferry us just a moment. The place we seek is Plume Spring in the mountains, shall we? Oh, we're just gonna do this. We're just gonna fly like this. Oh. Ow. Ow. Man, what was I just thinking of? I just had like a thought in my head, but... Oh yeah, no, there was that stupid thing where like somebody says that like it's only like all of Final Fantasy XIV so far between Realm Reborn to like the end of Windwalker has taken like a year, and every time I think about that, I just go, no, you that is legitimately stupidly impossible. Like, even the story, like, oh, hey, the Empire had like 2 civil wars in a year. Changed basically leaders like 2 times and fell in a year. Like, Xenos was like the viceroy of like Doma and then became the person in charge of Alamigo in a year. It doesn't make any fucking sense. My parents would bring me here for Hanami as a child. Its beauty and serenity was such that I could forget the realities of the occupation. Indeed, some of my fondest memories of family are here, which is precisely why I chose this place to conceal the singular gift my father bequeathed to me as a child. A fucking... Charming, is it not? The great auspice Quentin Danshin, said to reside somewhere along the Dairyu chain. I fought him. In those days, anyone and everyone knew tales of his prowess. Reckless boy that I once was, I once even tried to seek him out, hoping he might help us. I buried it shortly after coming age ceremony. It seemed fitting place to both part of my childhood and offer a final goodbye to my mother. More keepsake of mine than his, to be sure, but he was never a man of worldly possessions. Still, I suspect he will allow himself to a rare smile if we all see it again after all these years. Monkey magic, gun-dump, monkey magic. And precisely how I wish to bid him farewell, with a smile.
Almost 2 a.m.
This should go without saying. I would prefer it not become known that I would keep this all here. Wouldn't want the children to grow jealous now, would we? And with that, I believe it's time to return to the Enclave. Ew. No, oh god. Okay. There are yet more villages of fish and often to collect, but preparation is proceeding at pace. Soon the people will have one less cause to be tempered down the path of despair. Of course, there still remains the problem of the blasphemy. The former conscripts remain at the Kian Khan until it has been dealt with. We'll slay the beast in due time, but before that, we're honored if you're present for the funeral rites. Pray speak with Yugiria when next time you visit the Enclave, and she'll tell you more about the proceedings. I feel like it's just going to end with the blasphemy crashing the funeral. Moments complete preparations are for Lord Hian. You're here, excellent. The blasphemy continues to shun our settlements and make the most of time in its absence affords us. You planning to take part in the ceremony? Sure. Glad to hear it. Unfortunately, Gosetsu will not be joining us today. He injured himself, as I knew it would be in secret training, and now he grumbles the confines of his bed, but he'll be fine in due course. We may worry over our conveyance after the funeral. God, each one of these feels like, okay, we have a blasphemy to contend with. But we need to handle, but then we futz around with something else more than we take on the blasphemy. Like, okay, it kind of makes sense with like, oh god, we need to prepare with the Gridania one. But every single one of these is, oh, we're gonna deal with other things within our shit before we take care of the blasphemy. Like, at least the whole ones for Shadowbringers felt really intertwined. These do not as much. The villagers should arrive ere long, then we may begin. Like, I kind of understand, yeah, we need to keep, like, people's, like, spirits up. But also fight the blasphemy. Alright, have a good night, Dr. Mindbender. Lord He and I. I apologize, my lord, for my past transgressions. I yearn to believe my daughter was a kami reborn, but you were right. She's a monster. Words can ill express my shame for advocating conscripts be sacrificed to appease the dead. Nay, the ceremony shall serve far, far better. And so, as a humble citizen of Doma, I offer my deepest gratitude and beg for your forgiveness. I will make an offering on behalf of my husband and son, as well as my dear stepdaughter, Minato. I throw myself on your mercy, Lord Hien. Allow them to place within the mausoleum, that their spirits may know peace. There's no need to beg forgiveness, Kisei. Please rise. Yo! You're an idiot. She will come for you. By the kami, she gave her life to draw off the blasphemy? I was wondering how we're gonna get to this, but okay, sure. Oh, so we're using the final song from Endwalker for this one. Dun 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 dun. Wait, which one's the intro track? Okay, there's the button. Do 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 do.
For you, Father.
Whoops. Ah, no! Okay, I'm just gonna stand here and just press the buttons. Okay, good.
Concentrate.
It is nothing.
Oh, I keep forgetting I still have the saw. Okay, there we go. 5 bit. Oh, okay. Have a good night, Lala.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
Ah. Got it. God, where's my... I can't move! Meanwhile, my robot is just... You know, just doing its thing. Apology for the untimely arrival, my lord. Gosetsu is a healer now. Gosetsu, what's with the staff? Pilgrimage provide most enlightening experience, and when I have a chance to discover the benefits of esoteric training, I may no longer be fit to wield a blade, my lord, but the Shugindo affronts me another way to turn the tide of battle. White mage now. Stubborn as ever, I shall have to thank you later. Let us put an end to this. Okay, now it's the Stormblood one. Do we start at half health? She better start at half health. Okay, good. Now I'm firing that chainsaw.
For you, Father.
Oh yeah, that would have been bad. I shouldn't have done that. Eh, fuck it.
shinobi's power.
Oh, I have. Oh, fuck. That was almost bad.
Never become a popular internet famous content creator.
Well, that just requires me to actually give more effort than I'm ever doing on these streams. Higher. Fuck it. I do find it funny that left straight, okay. Dev recently did that stream with Madry bread. And then about a couple days ago, I saw what is it? Scrub Croats. Just a tweet thread with my Madry bread on Scrub Croats. It's not him being a scrub. It's somebody calling Madry bread a fake Pokemon fan because he chose a quote unquote rushed starter because he chose Rowlet for Pokemon Legends Arceus, and it's just who cares? Who fucking cares? What? Okay, so what part of that? Rushed how? Oh, it's supposedly... That is legitimately one of the questions in that thread. What does it make it a rush starter? It has, bad moves or bad stats or something like that. That's why they call it a rush start. It's stupid. A deceiver into the bitter end, but she is still a daughter of Doma. You have a proper burial, and her family belongings enshrined with the others. Monkey. Yeah.
RETARDE.
It is. I've gathered you here today not to speak of the future, but to reflect on the past, to pay respects to the loved ones fallen on the field of battle. In honor of their sacrifices, the sons and daughters of Doma shall be given a place here at the Swallow's Compass. Though they may no longer walk with us in life, they walk with us in spirits. Pray never forget their bravery, and the memories of their legacy give you comfort and strength. Matroya Motokawa, the aspiring painter. He was a man who saw beauty of all things, and one day would have become a renowned artist in Kugane. Motosue Jito, the warrior in training, he longed to be a samurai like his father and bring honor to his family. Suzushiro Karakume, the carpenter, a man totally dedicated to craft, who hoped one day to pass his challenge onto her two loving children. And then they read the list onward and onward and onward and onward and onward. Everybody give a cry, hey, it's those two people from the main storyline quest. And lastly, Minato Shihogaki and her stepmother Kisei. Theirs were once a happiness to be envied. Minato's parents were murdered by Imperial soldiers, and after being rescued by the Confederacy, Minato was given into care of the village of Isari. Though she arrived with a broken heart, it was soon mended by the man who would become her husband. The son is Kisei, who herself had been born on Isari on the winds of tragedy. Kisei was a child of the deep, born in Sui no Sato. Her gift was for her gifts, She was exiled, but with her courage and tenacity, she found a new home on the shores of the Ruby Sea. She was a devoted wife and mother, and though not related by blood, she loved Minato as though it was her own. This is how she lived, and that's how they all lived, and how they should be remembered. Let your hearts not swell with sorrow, but with joy for their memory. Know that the proof of their mark left upon this world shall remain here, enshrined within the swallow's compass for all eternity. Let us still our voices in silence and pray for the souls. May they share in peace what we have found. Yeah, they can be. They can totally be weird people. I'm breaking the silence by talking about Pokemon fans being stupid. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting a battle with blasphemy as a prelude to the ceremony. At least we now bring even if only for a short while. Villagers all return home. I believe in time we do the same. You want me to go back to the Enclave first before...
I can heal slot for you.
Yeah, true. I do remember somebody mentioning that before. Like, Gosetsu comes back and he's a healer. Yeah, but the fact they had the blade was the thing that was like, oh, maybe not. Maybe I heard wrong. But then in that fight, I was like, yeah, no, he's coming. We have held a national funeral and saying a blasphemy besides. A rather productive game, would you not agree? The former conscripts would be elated to finally return home. Speaking of returns, I think it speaks for all of us when you say the appearance of Swallow's compass came as something of a shock. What are your injuries from training? Quite painful for some time, I assure you. Despite my best aim to reclaim my former skills, my back and hips vigorously protested. I planned to sleep that I might be able to rest it for tomorrow's hunt, but a voice called out to me. I was needed, and so I grabbed my cane and ran as quickly as my ailing body would allow. The cane suits you, Gosetsu, but the mastery of healing magics was a sight to behold. Almost as surprising as your resurrection following the fall of Doma Castle. I'm still but a novice in dire need of training. It is my hope that I will be able to refine my esoteric arts during my next pilgrimage. So you're leaving then? Worry not, Lorhian. Should you find yourself in dire straits once more, I shall fly to your side. Not as samurai, perhaps, but nonetheless I will give our enemies cause to tremble. And with that, I take my leave. Domoro. Domo Arogato. No, never mind. Though it might be years and not decades until we truly make peace with our past, we have turned a corner and began to heal. We may look at the future unburdened by grief and ignored and sadness denied. The path ahead is ever fraught with peril, but we shall walk with our eyes unclouded and with pride. You have done so much for us, for Doma. I wish there was more I can do for you. If I may be asked one last favor before you leave, perform a blah blah same thing. Three of 5 done is now 2 o'clock. There. No. We've hit 5 hours, and I wouldn't be able to beat the next one in an hour. These are all taking like a little bit more than an hour and a half. What's the word from Doma? Blasphemies no more. This is most wonderful news. I'm supporting the other Ligas at once. Thank you for doing what you did. You can now die at level 90 physical range gear. Actually, since I am wearing one of those. How does any of this look? It can be blue or dark blue or weird purple. But yeah, so that leaves our Aching Souls, which is magical ranged and deals with Amric. And Storm Clouds Burn, which is of course melee, and deals with Marib. But no, we're done. We're done for the night. That will be next week, plus the follow-up quest. No, wrong one. No, that's me. Just do me. That's last week's schedule. Let me produce this week's schedule. Or this upcoming week's schedule, I should say. Look at it. No stream on Sunday and Monday. I'm gonna take time to do some cleanup around the place and whatnot. And that way, in case something fucks up, I'll be able to spend days fucking around with that. Tuesday. I'm doing... This is not a replacement game. Yes, I was born on the 8th. This is just a birthday stream. Nothing huge. Just me vibing with Fantasy Star Online. A game that I actually got for my birthday 21 years ago. But I'm playing the GameCube version, not the Dreamcast version. Which I didn't get 21 years ago because there was no GameCube version 21 years ago. Wednesday we'll start Pokemon Legends Arceus. I just put Pokemon Legends. We'll continue with stuff in Deadly Premonition on Thursday. Friday we'll finish out all of this. And, you know, of course, no streams on Saturday. Anyways. I have an idea for a raid target. I just need to know if they're still going. They might be still going. I'm not sure. Actually, I should... Yeah, they're still having their thing. I don't seem to... Okay. I was here a while earlier, but Callie's having... Or she's on BRB screen. Having a 1.5k party. She has her new design on their titties. She may or may not have a womb tattoo. I'm not really sure what she claims it's not a womb tattoo, but it kind of looks like a womb tattoo. But yeah, we'll go over to her. Say hellos. Anyways, thank you for coming out tonight. Stay safe. I'll see you for my birthday on Tuesday. Have a good night. Have a great weekend. And also a good Monday as well. Bye.